Welcome everybody to another iceberg. Keeping in the tradition that every December I create a highly requested iceberg, I'm happy to finally be able to give you all the Fallout Iceberg. There's already a lot of Fallout Iceberg videos online, but a lot of people wanted to see my take on a Fallout Iceberg, so here I am. I'll be covering all sorts of topics ranging from the games, the show, and more. Though, keep in mind, outside of one entry, I won't be talking about mods. If you like the video, drop a like and subscribe, because I got plenty of icebergs planned for 2026, and I've got plenty of iceberg videos already made. And if you're interested in seeing these videos early, or getting extended previews of these icebergs, you might want to check out my membership options. $5 a month gets your name mentioned at the end of every video, and access to previews to my iceberg videos that usually last around 30 to 50 minutes in length, and are released weeks before the video is released. And for $7 a month, you get all of that, plus you get to watch all of my videos early. With all that being said, I've made you wait long enough. Let's finally talk about the Fallout franchise.
I believe the term is Yahoo?
Secret synths. Fallout 4 is all about synths, and usually they're pretty obvious looking. They're either mannequin-looking robots or dudes in diet matrix gear, but there are some synth characters that you don't actually find out are synths unless you kill them and loot their bodies, which will reveal a synth component in their skull. For starters, there's Magnolia, the singer at the third rail in Good Neighbor, who I just found out is voiced by Linda Carter, the original Wonder Woman actress. Though you can actually figure out that she's a synth by just listening to her songs, as her music is filled with hints about her life prior to living in Good Neighbor. The more obscure secret synth is Sturges, the mechanic of the Minutemen. Sturges can't actually be killed normally, as he's marked as essential, but if you use console commands and kill him, you'll discover a synth component in his skull. Sturges' story is further expanded on in Fallout Shelter Online, where it's revealed that he has no memory of being a synth. Finally, random settlers can end up becoming secret synths when you're not around, and worst of all, if your settlement is attacked by Institute forces, these secret synths will actually join in on the fight on the side of the Institute. Dance's scrapped storyline. In Fallout 4, you could become the leader of the Institute and the Minutemen, but there was originally going to be another faction that you could become the leader of, that being the Brotherhood of Steel. Yes, originally, after completing Dance's story, you would work together with him to challenge Elder Maxon for leadership of the Brotherhood. And if the two of you took out Maxon, you would become the leader, and Dance would become your second in command, and declare that he still hates synths and will destroy any synth that stands in his way of destroying the Institute. But if you didn't want to become the leader of the Brotherhood, you could convince Dance to become the leader, while you become the second in command. There was also another version of Dance's story that was cut, where instead of convincing him to confront Maxon, you would convince Dance to join the Railroad. So why were these endings scrapped? We don't know for certain, but there are a few theories. The main theory being that this story doesn't really make any sense. Like, why would the Brotherhood work under a synth? Why would the Brotherhood have this secret lore about challenging the Elder for control? Why would Dance join the Railroad? He hates synths, even after finding out that he is one. Regardless of what you think about these cut endings, one thing is for sure. They're not in the game. New Vegas post-game. Originally, New Vegas was supposed to be like Fallout 4 and Fallout 3 with the Broken Steel DLC, and have a post-game after you beat the main quest. The actual new content introduced in the post-game was going to be extremely minor, with most of the changes just being NPCs having new dialogue referencing whichever ending you chose. In fact, you wouldn't even be able to return to Hoover Dam. This is according to New Vegas and Fallout 2 writer Chris Avallone. So if these changes were going to be extremely minor, why were they cut? Well, it's the same reason why a lot of New Vegas' content was cut. Time. New Vegas was filled with bugs and optimization issues during development, and adding even a few post-game changes would complicate things even further. Now, if they had more time, like they should have, then it's possible that they could have added these changes. Nate's backstory controversy. In April of 2024, Fallout 3, 4, and 76 designer Emil Paliarulo posted to Twitter a little fun fact about Nate's backstory. Nate being the name of the male sole survivor. Turns out that Nate actually originates from the original Fallout game. In fact, he's one of the first characters we ever see. He's one of the soldiers seen laughing at the civilians being executed. So, yeah, Nate's a war criminal. Fallout fans weren't exactly happy with this for obvious reasons. So Emil later posted a follow-up to that post saying that Nate being this soldier from Fallout 1 was actually just a connection that the story team behind Fallout 4 thought of when deciding on Nate being a pre-war soldier during development, and that this story element was not actually intended to be canon, saying, quote, "Not every bit of Fallout info I share is automatically canon." So Nate wasn't actually the guy from Fallout 1. Unless you want to, headcanon him as that guy, which I don't really know why you would, but, I mean, more power to you, I guess. Deacon is spying on you. Prior to meeting Deacon during the Railroad questline in Fallout 4, you can actually see Deacon several times spying on you. For example, you can find him at Bunker Hill disguised as a caravan worker. He can be found in Good Neighbor just chilling out. You can see him disguised as a member of the Diamond City security when entering Diamond City for the first time, and you can even find him in one of the pods in the Memory Den. Also, while you can't find him there, right outside of Vault 111, you can find a little spy outpost marked with a railroad symbol, which means that Deacon has probably been watching the sole survivor ever since they first emerged from the vault. Scrapped weapons. Not every weapon created for a Fallout game ends up making the cut. Some are cut early in development, while others are cut pretty late in development. But regardless, they're still cut. Here's a list of some of the weapons cut from each mainline Fallout game. For Fallout 1, the only cut weapon from Fallout 1 that we know of is the old knife, which is basically just the same as the normal knife, except that it's rusty. For Fallout 2, the zip gun from Fallout Tactics was originally supposed to debut in Fallout 2, with the only major difference being that it fired a 10mm round instead of a 9mm round. A unique pipe rifle that would have shot rocks instead of bullets can be found in the game's files. And finally, a laser gun called the Phaser was cut from the game. It would have been found in the Star Trek Easter egg encounter Federation Crash Site. For Fallout 3, a weapon called the Muck Lobber was cut from the DLC Point Lookout. As the name suggests, it would have been some kind of launcher that fired muck bubbles. The Cryolator from Fallout 4 was actually supposed to debut in Fallout 3. It would have acted very similar to its Fallout 4 counterpart, except it looked very different. The 22 caliber pistol was cut from the game and replaced with the 32 caliber pistol. The New Vegas katana was supposed to debut in the Fallout 3 DLC Mothership Zeta and would have acted pretty much the same. A modified combat shotgun that fired grenades, called the Grenade Launcher, was cut from the DLC Broken Steel. A variant of the Super Sledge, called the Discharge Hammer, was cut from Broken Steel as well. It would have dealt electrical damage to robots. And finally, a unique bat called the Excalibat was cut from the game. It was going to be mostly the same as a normal bat, just that it dealt more damage and had a higher durability. For Fallout New Vegas, the Deathclaw Gauntlet was cut from the game. though unique variants of it, like the Fist of the Roar and Fist of the North Roar, were added to the game in the Lonesome Road DLC. I also have to add here that their names are an obvious reference to the manga and anime franchise Fist of the North Star. Gas grenades and stun grenades were cut from the final release. A landmine disguised as a piece of meat was cut from the DLC Old World Blues. Bug spray was going to be added to the game via the Honest Hearts DLC, but was cut. There was also supposed to be a rail cannon or railgun in the game with heavy and light variants. A light machine gun modeled off of a combination between the M60 and the M249 saw was cut from the game. It was going to be called the GP machine gun, and the double-barrel shotgun was cut from the game, despite it being mostly completed. For Fallout 4, a compound bow was meant to be added to Fallout 4 in the Far Harbor DLC, but was cut, though its model would be reused for the compound bow in Fallout 76. Early on in the game's development, a hammer was intended to be a melee weapon in the game. The AX-90 Fury is a unique plasma rifle that was cut from the game that would have done 50% more damage to super mutants. This may have been the final gun to be cut from the game, as not only can you still get the weapon using console commands, but it's even mentioned in the Fallout 4 companion guidebook, The Vault Dweller's Survival Guide. A Nuka cherry grenade was cut from the DLC Nuka World, and as the name suggests, it would have been extremely similar to the Nuka grenade. Multiple throwing weapons, such as throwing hatchets, harpoons, knives, and bottles, were cut from the game. And finally, the Chinese assault rifle was possibly going to return in Fallout 4, as an untextured version of the Fallout 3 Chinese assault rifle can be found in the game's files. Though it's possible that this wasn't actually meant to be in the game, and was instead used to model the handmade rifle from the Nuka World DLC. Before I move on, there's a bunch of weapons that were featured in concept art for the game, but don't appear in the game's files, which suggests that they were cut extremely early in development. These include the Cranky homemade shotgun, a Synth Institute bioweapon, and a homemade assault rifle called the Crude Blowback. And finally, as for Fallout 76, the Chinese assault rifle was cut from the game, as grips and barrels for the weapon can be found in the game's files. This weapon may have been cut in favor of a skin being created called the Communist Style, which was released for the handmade rifle, which basically turns the handmade rifle into the Chinese assault rifle. An explosive variant of the spear, called the Dynamite Spear, was cut from the game. A flashbang grenade, incendiary grenade, and a smoke grenade were cut from the game. You can find the Junk Jet, a 4-barreled version of the rocket launcher, and bottle cap mines from Fallout 4 in the game's files. Some believe that this means that they were cut from 76, while others, myself included, just believe that these are holdover assets from Fallout 4 and were never intended to actually be in the game. Though at one point there was a glitch that allowed you to spawn in bottle cap mines, but this has since been patched. And finally, the laser musket from Fallout 4 was planned to return in 76, but was never added into the game, despite it being basically done. The Elder Scrolls is canon. So there's a fan theory that the Elder Scrolls series is canon to the Fallout series. How is this possible? Well, the idea is that the Elder Scrolls series takes place extremely far into the future. Humanity eventually nuked itself into oblivion again, which set everything back to the Stone Age. Millions of years go by, and the world resembles a medieval one now. Species like Deathclaws split into two, with one species becoming dragons, while the other becomes Argonians. Radiation awakened magical abilities in people, and, well, I'm just gonna stop there because you're probably thinking, wow, this is a giant stretch. And you're right. This theory doesn't really work at all, especially when you consider the fact that the planet that the Elder Scrolls takes place on has multiple moons instead of just the one. Now, there are other theories that link the two IPs. For example, Elder Scrolls takes place on a far-off planet, and humanity and other species were brought there by the aliens of the Fallout series. There's also the theory that the two IPs exist in the same multiverse. Frankly, none of these theories really work, and any Easter eggs connecting the two franchises are simply nothing more than Easter eggs. There was a cut quest from Fallout 4 in which the player would travel to Danvers, Massachusetts, where they would meet some kids who had powers via mutations. They would be accused of being witches, and their powers were supposedly going to be extremely similar to the powers from the Elder Scrolls series. But since this quest was cut, it's not canon, so it can't really be used as evidence to suggest that the two franchises are in the same universe. Though I guess you could argue that at one point Bethesda intended to make this connection, but went back on this idea. Codsworth names. As a neat little roleplay element in Fallout 4, Codsworth recognizes hundreds of names. So if you name your sole survivor one of these hundreds of names, Codsworth will actually call you by that name. Some of these names include Tom, Skylar, Seth, Titty, Nicholas, Jess, Jimmy, Grayson, Harry, Elizabeth, Cherry Bomb, Cosgrove, Bert, Bob, Badass, Andy, Ashford, Vic, Wood, Xavier, McFly, Unbreakable, Tracy, Sweet Pea, Sydney, Tallahassee, Riddick, Sammy, Ripley, Reagan, Romanov, Deckard, Django, Daryl, Castle, Chloe, Chopper, Connor, Python, Wayland, Utani, Rex, and Queen. As you can probably guess, a good amount of these names are references to pieces of media. Rex is a nod to Rex from New Vegas. Skylar is a reference to Breaking Bad. Deckard is a reference to Blade Runner. McFly is a reference to Back to the Future. Ripley, Wayland, and Utani are references to the Alien franchise. Sweet Pea and Daryl are references to The Walking Dead. Riddick is a reference to, well, Riddick, and Django is a reference to, again, pretty obviously, the Django franchise. Dogmeat. Dogmeat is a very special character, as he's actually like 5 different characters. A dog named Dogmeat appears as a recruitable companion in Fallout 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then, of course, there's also Rex from New Vegas, who is an obvious nod to Dogmeat. And then there's CX-404, aka Dogmeat from the TV show. Obviously, all of these dogs are different characters, since each game takes place in a completely different time and place. Well, most of them at least. But why is there a Dogmeat in all of these pieces of media? Is it a reference to something? Well, yes, actually. In fact, Dogmeat's a reference to multiple things. First, there's the film Mad Max 2. The film follows Max and his dog traveling a post-apocalyptic wasteland, and Leonard Boyarsky has confirmed that this film was one of the inspirations behind Dogmeat. Then there's the dog featured in the novella series and film, A Boy and His Dog, written by Harlan Ellison. This series takes place in a post-nuclear war United States, and follows a boy and his dog as they travel the wasteland. Oh yeah, and his dog is not only sentient, but he's also telepathic. Following the original 2 games, Dogmeat, or a dogmeat-like dog like Rex, were included in each game as a tradition of sorts. There are fan theories that connect all of these dogs, like they're all related, but there's nothing in universe to suggest that this fan theory is true. What happened to the protagonists? Since each Fallout game is a standalone installment, for the most part, it's never really flat-out stated what happened to the protagonists of the previous games. Here's everything that we know about what happened to the protagonists after their respective games. though I'm only going to go over the mainline games, excluding 76, as 76 has a bunch of protagonists since it's a multiplayer game. The original game's protagonist, the Vault Dweller, is without question the protagonist that we know the most about after the events of their game. In Fallout 2's manual, we get a bunch of memoirs from the Vault Dweller, where it's revealed that after the events of Fallout 1, they created a town called Arroyo, which is the starting point of Fallout 2's story, and is where the Chosen One is born. But before the events of Fallout 2, the Vault Dweller left the community, never to return. As for the Chosen One, the protagonist of Fallout 2, we don't actually know anything other than they established New Arroyo after taking out the Enclave oil rig. There is a fan theory that Nobark from New Vegas is an elderly Chosen One, due to the fact that originally you were supposed to find a Vault 13 vault suit in the back of a wrecked Highwayman, the same car from Fallout 2, and this can be found relatively near Nobark. But this theory has never been confirmed, though I personally believe it. As for the Lone Wanderer, the protagonist of Fallout 3, we know somehow even less. In fact, we know nothing. There is a theory that Deacon from Fallout 4 is the Lone Wanderer, but all the evidence for that is extremely weak in my opinion. The basic idea behind this theory is that the backstory that Deacon tells about the group the UP Deathclaws is actually coded. The UP Deathclaws are actually supposed to be the Brotherhood of Steel. Deacon's wife Barbara was actually Sarah Lyons, and after it was discovered that she was a synth, she was killed by the Brotherhood. Deacon then killed a bunch of Brotherhood guys and bailed. I personally don't believe this theory, as Deacon directly says in Fallout 4 that the Capital Wasteland Brotherhood were good people. That would be a weird thing to say about the dudes who murdered your wife. As for the Courier, the protagonist of New Vegas, we also know nothing, though I have a feeling that we'll get some kind of answer in Season 2 of the Fallout TV series. My guess, the Courier just continued doing jobs, or maybe was hired by Mr. House to be his guard or something. Of course, that implies that the Mr. House ending is canon. And finally, we have the sole survivor, the protagonist of Fallout 4. Sadly, we don't have all that much. Seeing as the Fallout TV show confirms that the Commonwealth Brotherhood of Steel are still around, we can assume that the sole survivor either joined the Brotherhood or the Minutemen. If they're still with the Brotherhood, I guess they could show up again, but if they're part of the Minutemen, then I doubt we'll ever hear about them again, seeing as the Minutemen are probably just gonna stick to living in Massachusetts. Fortnite. In May of 2024, the world of Fallout crossed over with Fortnite. A set of T-60 power armor straight from the Brotherhood of Steel's armory was added to the game, alongside a bunch of other Fallout-themed items, including a Vault Boy spray, an Assaultron's sword skin for the pickaxe, a Codsworth emote, a Pip-Boy backpack, and a glider based on the jetliner from Fallout 4. There were also two other T-60 skins, one being the Hot Rod skin from Fallout 4, and the other one being the Black Knight skin. This is a skin inspired by the Fortnite character, the Black Knight. These were all store items or Battle Pass items. But there were even non-store based items added to the game, like the Tri-Beam laser rifle from Fallout 4 being added temporarily into the game. Nuka-Cola was also added to the game as a health item, again temporarily. Thanks to this crossover, you can now have a member of the Brotherhood of Steel do the Whip and Nay-Nay with Hank Hill, a Nord warrior from the Elder Scrolls, Mariah Carey, Plunger Man, Johnny Silverhand, Hatsune Miku, Ice Spice, Mechagodzilla, Cleveland Brown, Neytiri, and Spider-Man Noir. The Atomic Wrangler Crier. The Atomic Wrangler Crier is an extremely minor character in Fallout New Vegas. She stands around Freeside advertising the Atomic Wrangler, all while dressed very adult, and saying some very sexually charged things. Which makes sense. The Atomic Wrangler does have a brothel. So why is this minor character so notable? Well, it's because she's voiced by a minor. Yeah, she's voiced by Ashley McGullum, who was only 13 years old when the game released. When this was discovered, people weren't exactly happy, as a game having a child actress promoting an in-universe brothel is pretty messed up, to put it lightly. Joshua Sawyer, the project director of New Vegas, eventually responded to the controversy on Twitter by saying, quote, "I was only involved in the casting of a few relatively small number of characters, mostly ones I wrote, and a few others. When New Vegas was made, it held the record for the largest number of recorded lines in any video game. All lines were recorded within a few months by 4 studios recording concurrently every workday, which is unreal. I attended a total of maybe 5 or 6 voice sessions out of hundreds. I can't speak for the casting director, the writer of those lines, or anyone else. I don't know. But if you're looking at a game that obviously had a bunch of errors in casting and recording, errors that are well documented within various wikis, characters changing ethnicity, lines being split between different actors, a Great Khan having a native Kiwi accent, you can either deduce that this minor character was cast this way due to the presumably extremely perverse and wild tastes of everyone involved, or that it was a screw-up/oversight like the dozens of other ones that players have noted in the last 10 years. Van Buren. Van Buren is the original Fallout 3. Cancelled in December of 2003 and being developed by Black Isle Studios, the game would have continued to use the original game's overhead view, and would have been about a prisoner, who you could actually decide was guilty of the crime they committed or not, escaping prison and traveling around a bunch of states, including Nevada, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. The game's plot would have had you tracking down other escaped prisoners and turning them in so that you could be spared. Though this was all a trick, as a scientist named Victor Presper let you escape in the first place. Turns out, you were infected with a deadly disease, and because you and a bunch of other prisoners escaped, that allowed the scientist to enact his master plan: another nuclear apocalypse. Because you spread the disease during your travels, in order to contain the virus, the scientist is given the green light to nuke the world again, and so you'd have to figure out a way to defeat him. A ton of work was put into the game, and it probably would have been finished and released, if not for the publishing company Interplay Entertainment, who were going through some financial problems at the time, which led to the company to panic and make some very strange and irrational decisions. For example, they moved one of Van Buren's character designers onto another project at random. This was actually the straw that broke the camel's back, as Chris Avallone, the project's director, believed that Interplay simply just didn't care about the project, and this decision proved to him that he was right. So he left the project, and the company, and shortly after that, Van Buren was cancelled, and Black Isle Studios was shut down. In part because Interplay had actually asked the team working on the game how long it would take them to finish the game. When Black Isle said around 12 to 18 months, Interplay said they had about 6 months, or else it would be cancelled. In its place, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel was released by Interplay, and it was, not received well. More on that in a second. In fact, Brotherhood of Steel was one of the reasons why Interplay seemingly didn't care about Van Buren, as after the success of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, Interplay wanted to focus on console games. And while Van Buren was going to be released exclusively for PCs, Brotherhood of Steel was going to be a console exclusive. While you can't play the final build of Van Buren, a demo of the game was leaked in the late 2000s, along with a 700-page design document. So we pretty much know everything about this game. Luckily, story elements from Van Buren were used in future games. For example, the Legion in New Vegas was originally from Van Buren, as was the Nevada setting. Ulysses, Arcade, Joshua Graham, the Hoover Dam, and most of the DLC Old World Blues were all taken from Van Buren as well. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Released in January of 2004 and developed by Interplay Entertainment, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is by far the most poorly received Fallout game, because not only does Brotherhood of Steel have a completely different gameplay style from the other games, but it also tweaks the lore of the franchise a bit, and has a very different art style and tone, being a lot more heavy metal and punk rock than a traditional Fallout game. This poor reception and breaking of the series' tone led to the game being deemed as non-canon in 2007. Gameplay-wise, the game is still an RPG, but plays a lot more like a hack-and-slash game. While there are plenty of guns in the game, there is a heavy emphasis on melee combat. Taking place in the year 2208, the game follows one of 5 Brotherhood of Steel members, Kane, Nadia, Patty, Rumbus, or Cyrus, as they travel around Carbon, Texas, battling all sorts of monsters and bad guys. Though there is one more playable character, that being the Vault Dweller. Yes, in this game, you can play as an elderly Vault Dweller who's now part of the Brotherhood of Steel, after abandoning his community. Carbon, Texas isn't the only setting of the game, as you eventually travel to the city of Loss, or Loss Anything, which is a town ran by the Church of the Lost, a cult that guards a vault known as the Corporate Vault. But the Church of the Lost and Brotherhood of Steel aren't the only factions interested in the vault. The super mutant, Addis, and his army want to break into the vault in order to use the technology in it to continue his master's work. His master being, of course, the Master from Fallout 1. Overall, Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is an often forgotten about non-canon entry in the series. Oh, and there's also a character in this game named Armpit. Just thought I'd let you know. That's kind of funny. Is the sole survivor a synth? One of, if not the biggest theory in Fallout 4 is the theory that the sole survivor, the protagonist of Fallout 4, is actually a synth. Let's go over the points usually brought up in support of this theory. The first is a developer oversight, if we're being honest. At the beginning of Fallout 4, before you get your Pip-Boy, the sole survivor can actually use VATS, something that would be possible if they were a robot. There's also the fact that in Far Harbor, Dima will ask you about your life prior to the Great War, which reveals that the sole survivor only remembers up until the prologue of the game. This seems to imply that their memories were just recently implanted in them. There's also the fact that, somehow, the sole survivor's cryopod in Vault 111 is the only one not to fail. Very, very lucky. Almost too lucky. What if it did fail, and a synth was placed in there in the sole survivor's place? So, that answers it. The sole survivor's a synth. Right? Well, let's slow down a second. Remember, Sean wants the sole survivor to replace him as the leader of the Institute. So, if that's the case, then why would Sean let the synth of his parent roam around the wasteland to potentially be convinced to join other factions? Also, there's the fact that the sole survivor uses a memory pod in the game, which would reveal to Dr. Amari that they were a synth. And if they were a synth, you'd think that the doctor would tell them. And back to that VATS thing from before. The Institute isn't Vault Tech. So why would their bootleg VATS system that's programmed into synths be called VATS, and even have the Vault Boy in its UI? It's clear that this was just a developer oversight. Also, remember that Dima thing with the sole survivor not remembering stuff pre-war? That's not actually true, because the sole survivor mentions graduating from college, watching The Silver Shroud as a kid, and a whole bunch of other in-universe media references in the base game. There's a very good breakdown as to why this theory doesn't work on Reddit, by the user DrailsATrain. I'll leave it linked below. Who started the Great War? The Great War is one of the shortest wars in media, and yet is one of the most destructive. It's the war that brought humanity to the brink of extinction and created the world of Fallout. But who's to blame for launching the first nuke? America? China? Vault-Tec? Well, we actually have multiple answers. In October of 2022, Tim Kaine, one of the creators of the Fallout franchise, said that he believed that China were the ones who launched the first nuke. But he also stated that while he believes that, and that was his intention when he helped create Fallout, he doesn't work on the franchise anymore, and since it's never directly mentioned in the games that he worked on, this answer isn't canon. But then, of course, we have the Fallout TV show, where it's revealed that Vault-Tec may have been the ones who launched the first nuke, in order to get the ball rolling on their Vault plans and world domination. But keep in mind, this isn't confirmed, at least as of yet. And in New Vegas, Mr. House reveals that he was actually caught off guard when the first nuke launched. And since he was at the meeting with Vault-Tec in the series, this would seem to imply that Vault-Tec didn't launch the first nuke, as Mr. House would have known exactly when they were going to launch them. But it's also said in the show by Lee Moldaver that Vault-Tec flat out launched the nukes. So, as of right now, we don't actually know who started the Great War. My guess, it was probably somebody at Vault-Tec. The original Freeside and New Vegas Strip. Originally, both Freeside and the New Vegas Strip were supposed to be much larger, and instead of being 4 zones, was only supposed to be 2 zones, meaning that there were going to be a lot less loading screens. This larger size would have also led to more quests and characters being spread out around Freeside and New Vegas. So, why was this cut? While time constraints probably didn't help, the size of the Strip and Freeside was cut down a lot due to console hardware limitations. Sure, they could have just shrunken down Freeside and the Strip for the 360 and PS3 ports of the game, and had the PC ports be the definitive version, but that wouldn't exactly go over very well. There's also one final reason as to why this didn't end up happening, and this is a bit of a weird one. During development, Bethesda told Obsidian that when the player is at a landmark in the game, such as New Vegas, the player has to be able to see at least 3 other landmarks in the distance. Because of this, locations like the Strip and Freeside had to be shrunken down a bit. The Mysterious Stranger. Easily the most mysterious character in all of Fallout, thus the name, the Mysterious Stranger is the most reoccurring character in the series. Though, calling him a character is a bit of a stretch. He only shows up when you use VATS, and have the Mysterious Stranger perk. Basically, upon shooting a target in VATS, he'll suddenly appear and finish off the kill for you. You might think that the Mysterious Stranger is just a non-canon joke perk, but he's actually been referenced in universe before. Most notably in Fallout 4, when Nick Valentine tries to catch him after he shows up and disappears. Turns out, Valentine has actually been building up a case on the stranger for years, but isn't getting any closer to figuring out who he is. While this is the most obvious in-universe reference, there are actually some in previous games. For example, in New Vegas, you can meet the character the Lonesome Drifter, who carries a near-identical pistol to the Mysterious Stranger's pistol. It's also heavily implied that the Stranger is actually his father. So, who is the Mysterious Stranger? How can he teleport around? Is he a ghost? A demon? An alien? A synth? My guess is he's all 4 of them. He's a ghost, demon, alien, synth. Is Fallout Tactics canon? Fallout Tactics: Brotherhood of Steel is a spin-off Fallout game developed by Micro Forte and released in March of 2001 for PCs. The game is very different from the original 2 Fallout games. While it keeps the same top-down perspective, gameplay is a bit different. While it still has turn-based combat, it's not really an RPG, with most people who've played it describing it as being very similar to the original XCOM games. With the game being so different gameplay-wise and being made by a completely different studio than Black Isle Studios or Bethesda, this left many fans to wonder if Tactics was considered canon. Well, in 2007, Todd Howard would reveal that no, Tactics wasn't considered canon. But then there were some references to lore created for Tactics in both Fallout 3 and Fallout 4. This reignited the debate, and we would finally get another answer to this question in 2020 when Bethesda revealed that the game is kinda canon. Plot and lore elements from the game are considered canon by Bethesda, but the entire game isn't. Emil Paliarulo was the one to confirm this, and even has Tactics in his personal Fallout timeline headcanon. So overall, major lore details from Tactics are generally considered canon. But let's be real, if Bethesda were to ever make a Fallout game set in Chicago, they'd probably just wipe this game from the slate completely. Scrapped companions. Sadly, we don't know too much about scrapped companions of the Fallout series, but we do know a few cut companions from New Vegas. There's 3 different companions that, while cut, still appear in the game. These being Benny, Victor, and Vulpes. Benny would have presumably been recruited after freeing him from the Legion, while Vulpes and Victor would have presumably been recruited after joining the Legion or working with Mr. House. Each of them were going to try and push the Courier into doing a different ending. Benny would want the Courier to do the independent ending, Vulpes, obviously, would want you to do the Legion ending, and Victor would want you to do the Mr. House ending. I'm not sure about Vulpes, but I imagine Victor was cut because he was probably way too overpowered gameplay-wise, and Benny was cut because I don't think the Courier would, work with him ever. Though, years later, during the Fallout New Vegas 10th anniversary charity stream, Joshua Sawyer revealed that there was only a single character who had their companion status removed. A character that I'll talk about a bit later. But the info about Benny and the others being companions come from Chris Avallone. At least, that's how people normally report on this information. In actuality, this info does come from Chris Avallone, but in the context of being asked if Obsidian had more time and resources, what they would have added into the game. And in response to that question, Avallone said Benny, Vulpes, Victor, and even Sunny Smiles, Yes Man, and Muggy. It's unknown if any actual work was done on these companions, though Avallone does mention that Muggy wasn't able to be a companion due to him being from a DLC, so it would take a lot more time to get him working, which seems to imply that there were at least conversations about these characters being companions during the development of the game. There was also an idea for a Tumbleweed to be a companion. In the unmarked quest, Wind Brahmin Wrangler, you can find a Nightkin selling tumbleweeds, which he calls Wind Brahmin. Originally, you could actually buy one of them, and the tumbleweed would actually follow you around from a very far distance, which would make the player confused as to why a tumbleweed was following them. A more traditional Brahmin companion was also cut from the game, that being Betsy the Brahmin. Not much is known about her, but we do know that she was recruitable by buying her from a scrapped character named Kevin Hargrove in Freeside. Vault 108. Vault 108 from Fallout 3 is easily the most iconic weird vault. Located just north of Corvega Factory, this vault can be summarized with just a single word: Gary. You see, each vault had an experiment, with Vault 108's experiment being cloning. That and messing around with leadership conflicts, as the Vault was doomed to lose power after only 20 years after the bombs fell, due to Vault-Tec sabotaging it, and Vault-Tec also made sure to make a person dying of cancer the Overseer, so they would die only a few years after the Great War, resulting in a power struggle. Anyways, the clone created from these experiments, Gary, was insanely violent towards everyone, except for other clones of himself. To see if they could figure out why the clones were so violent, the scientists of Vault 108 created 54 Gary clones, and they only got more and more aggressive, and these clones eventually revolted. And by the time of Fallout 3, only clones of Gary, and some monsters like mole rats and radroaches, live in Vault 108. And of course, these Garys are not so kind towards the player. Luckily for the player, only 12 Garys remain alive, the others being either dead or having left the vault years prior, and are also dead. These Gary clones are notable because not only are they all insane and highly aggressive, but they also have very limited speech. While they can talk in small sentences, they usually just shout variations of the name Gary.
Gary! Aw, Gary. Gary! 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 Haha, Gary! Gary!
The cryptids of Fallout 76. Easily one of the coolest things about Fallout 76 is the amount of real-life legends and cryptids that appear in the game. For those that don't know, cryptids are creatures that haven't been proven to exist yet. Think Bigfoot, or the Yeti, or the Loch Ness Monster. Here's a quick rundown on every cryptid that appears in Fallout 76. Easily the most iconic Fallout 76 cryptid is the Mothman, or should I say, Mothmen, because they're not actually the original Mothman. These are mutated moths that resemble the legend of the Mothman, and because of this, the people of Appalachia have begun to worship them. Mothmen aren't always hostile. Sometimes they just show up to scare you and then fly away. Other times, yeah, they do try and rip you apart. The original Mothman may actually be in the game. The Wise Mothman is a special purple-eyed Mothman who can appear in the game, and is believed by many in-universe to be the original, real Mothman. And he may very well be, as it seems that this Mothman is somewhat sentient, and you can't actually kill him. The next cryptid is the Flatwoods Monster. Legend has it that it's a creature who's said to be an alien in some kind of a suit. And in-game, that's literally what they are. The Flatwoods Monster, or Flatwoods Monsters, are simply aliens that were sent to Earth to investigate humanity. Unlike the original story, the in-game Flatwoods Monsters have the ability to mind-control creatures and have them fight for them. Next, there's the Sheep Squatch. Like the Mothman, the Sheep Squatch doesn't actually seem to be the original real Sheep Squatch. Instead, it seems that Sheep Squatches are simply highly mutated sheep, as there's a bunch of different variants of them in the game. And you can also see an ear tag on many of them, which is something that sheep are given in real life. So, unless the Sheep Squatches are giving themselves ear tags, I think it's safe to say that they're just mutated sheep. Next, there's the Jersey Devil. Introduced into the game in the Atlantic City update, the Jersey Devil is seemingly the original Jersey Devil, a goat demon thing born from a woman making a deal with the devil. At least, it might be. Only one of them is actually seen in-game, but it does have a bunch of offspring known as Lesser Devils. So either there's another Jersey Devil out there, or the Jersey Devil can just reproduce whenever it wants to. Next, there's the Grafton Monster, who is very blatantly stated to not be the real Grafton Monster. The original Grafton Monster was a very large hulking cryptid spotted in West Virginia. whereas the Fallout 76 grafted monster is actually an abomination created by the company West Tech while testing out a strain of the Forced Evolutionary Virus, aka the FEV. So a bunch of these things were created. Interestingly, the grafted monster's design is actually based on a creature from Van Buren, a Gehenna. Next, there's the Wendigo. The Wendigo is the result of a spirit possessing somebody after they've cannibalized another person. This transforms the person into a monster and gives them a never-ending hunger. But that's the legend in real life. In Fallout 76, while this legend still exists, the Wendigo is simply a further mutated feral ghoul. Except, maybe not. It's weird. It's clearly shown in-game that's what they are, but there's a note in the game that tells the story of a man named Morris Stevens, who becomes a cannibal, and you could actually find him mutated into a Wendigo. You can even find a tape of his transformation. My best guess is, somehow the radiation mutates people differently depending on whether or not they're a cannibal. I don't really know how that works, but it's either that, or for this one instance, this was an actual case of a real Wendigo. A hulking variant of the Wendigo, called the Wendigo Colossus, isn't based on any real story, but it is a further mutation of the Wendigo. It's a giant two-legged, three-bodied monstrosity that roams the Appalachia mountainside. Next, there's the Ogua. The Ogua is based on the snapping turtle-like cryptid, the Monongahela River monster. These guys are seemingly just mutated snapping turtles that only resemble the actual cryptid. As the legend of the Uga states that they're 20 feet long, and while the Uga in-game is pretty big, he's not 20 feet long. These are my favorite cryptids in the game design-wise, as they're basically just Gamera mixed with a gorilla. They're so cool looking. Oh yeah, and you can also be rewarded a weapon made from its skull, which is pretty metal, and kinda sad. Next, there's the Blue Devil, another cryptid introduced in the Once in a Blue Moon update. These guys are inspired by the cryptid of the same name, spotted in 1939 and 1940. These were giant bluish dogs that stalked the land at night. In-game, these guys are basically the Skyrim werewolves in terms of gameplay, and in-universe are simply mutated wolves. Interestingly, Blue Devils might be extinct by the time of the other Fallout games, as it's mentioned in-game that Blue Devils have a very hard time surviving in the wild as pups. So it's possible that they eventually went extinct because not enough pups survived into adulthood. Next, there's the Snallygaster, which is actually a bit controversial, because in real life, the Snallygaster legend is from Maryland, and yet is found in West Virginia in-game. And the creature in-game is very different from how the legend describes it. The Snallygaster is said to be a chimera of sorts between a bird and a dragon. It's a large winged bird-like reptilian, and it's sometimes described as having tentacles that come out of its mouth. But in-game, the Snallygasters don't look anything like this, and instead look more like mole rats mixed with worms. Though in-universe, these things aren't the actual Snallygaster. Like the grafted monster, these things were created by West Tech while experimenting with strains of the FEV. And finally, we have my favorite cryptid of the game, the Smiling Man. Based on the story of Ingrid Cold, a smiling man who showed up next to a car in the freezing rain one night, he tells the driver that he only wants happiness for him, and then he takes off. The creepypasta version of the story used to scare the crap out of me as a kid. It's the one where he chases after a kid at night. Anyways, the Smiling Man will show up in-game as a random encounter, and will try and talk to you. If you attack him, he'll disappear into a cloud, similar to how Mothmen teleport. This is a reference to how the story of Ingrid Cold has since been connected to the story of Mothman, as their sightings happened at very similar times. Fallout Online. Before the release of Fallout 76, a Fallout multiplayer game was something that fans could only dream of. But it turns out that years prior to Fallout 76, there was supposed to be a multiplayer Fallout game released. One that was supposed to be much larger in scale. That being Fallout Online. The story of Fallout Online began in 2004. After Bethesda bought the Fallout IP, Interplay was actually allowed by Bethesda to work on their own Fallout game, that being Fallout Online, a full-on Fallout MMO. But Bethesda had some rules. One was that they had to begin development on the game by April of 2009. 2, Bethesda needed to approve of design documents for the game, and 3, they needed to secure $30 million in financing. Luckily, everything went to plan, but the game was cancelled due to low interest. Just kidding, it was an absolute legal nightmare, which resulted in the game being cancelled in 2012. Development properly began in November 2007 under the name Project V13. And, well, development never went very far, as Bethesda didn't really want them to actually make a Fallout MMO. It's weird. Interplay originally offered to sell the Fallout IP with the option of doing an MMO to Bethesda, but Bethesda refused to buy the MMO rights and just took everything else. But Bethesda did actually want the rights. They were just trying to buy Fallout for a cheaper price, as they didn't believe that Interplay could actually get Fallout Online rolling, so when they failed, Bethesda would just get the rights for free. And because Bethesda didn't actually want them to make the game, Bethesda refused to actually approve of any design documents handed to them. Things only got worse when right before April of 2009, Interplay announced that they were working with Masthead Studios to make Fallout Online. But despite this, Bethesda believed that Interplay hadn't actually begun development on the game, or got the funding on time, so they filed a lawsuit against Interplay. This was the beginning of a messy legal battle between the two companies that ended in January of 2012, resulting in Bethesda getting the MMO rights to Fallout, but Bethesda would have to pay Interplay $2 million. So, what was this game going to be like? The game would have taken place on the West Coast, and featured areas in Nevada, California, Oregon, Utah, and Arizona. You would have also been able to play as a human, ghoul, or super mutant. Sounds pretty cool, but the game also would have introduced time travel to the series, and allowed you to travel back in time to see moments from earlier games. And the Master was somehow going to be alive again. So, there was some cool stuff from this game, but there was also some weird stuff. I should also mention that an in-universe newsletter sent via email was set up for Fallout Online, called the Armageddon Rag. Sadly, only 4 issues of it were ever made. Are the nukes in Fallout dirty bombs? So there's a bit of a debate in the Fallout fanbase in regards to the nuclear weapons featured in the series, though mainly the ones used during the Great War. Officially, the nuclear bombs detonated during the Great War are your standard nukes, but many people believe that's not actually true, as the nukes in-game seem to be a bit different from how they are in real life. For example, while nuclear bombs obviously release a massive amount of radiation, the massive amount of deadly radiation doesn't normally stay around for centuries. That's usually done by reactor meltdowns like Chernobyl, or radiation being spilled into the ground like the Church Rock uranium mill incident. But nuclear weapons can be modified to do this, that being dirty bombs. At least probably. No actual dirty bomb, thankfully, has ever been detonated in real life. Officially. I don't know, maybe a government has done one in secret, who knows? But the point is that theoretically, these bombs could release deadly radiation that would stay put for centuries. So, are the nukes in Fallout dirty bombs? Probably not. Keep in mind, the Fallout series wasn't made with scientific accuracy in mind, so when the writers and developers of Fallout were making the original game, they simply just ignored the whole radiation not sticking around for centuries thing. So, in-universe, I think it's safe to say that the nukes are actually just like our own nukes, except for the fact that they release more radiation. I don't think in-universe the nukes are dirty bombs. You could actually argue that the nukes of Fallout are actually salted bombs. These are nuclear weapons designed to make sure whatever location is hit with the bomb is uninhabitable for centuries. But again, I don't think the developers had this in mind when making the series. Fallout Shelter Online. Released in June of 2020, Fallout Shelter Online is a sequel to Fallout Shelter. However, unlike Fallout Shelter, where it's mainly a vault simulator, Shelter Online is also that, but it's also a gacha game, and also has a plot that's probably not canon, but technically hasn't been said to be non-canon, but let's be real, it's probably non-canon. The game features characters from Fallout 3, 4, and 76, and you take part in plotlines set in the Commonwealth and Capital Wasteland. The way you get characters in the game is usually through rolling them in a gambling system. Other gameplay differences include building and upgrading stuff no longer being instant, there's no longer random raider attacks, there's a PvP option in the game, and you no longer have to do the daily evaluation. Now, here's the main reason why I've included this game in the iceberg. While it's been out for over 5 years now, it has yet to receive a worldwide release. The game has only ever been released in China, Hong Kong, Japan, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, South Korea, Taiwan, Singapore, and Indonesia. I have no idea why it hasn't been released worldwide yet. Another aspect about this game that you've probably picked up on by the images is that the game is a lot hornier than Fallout usually is, and Fallout can be pretty horny, with plenty of artwork in the game featuring characters dressed in less clothing than usual, and characters posed a bit more suggestively than usual. This is part of the game's gacha system, as a way of trying to get you to spend money on the game. Basically, you use real-world money to try and roll a character that you're interested in, and, well, sex sells. But you know what else sells? Crossovers. Fallout Shelter Online not only crosses over characters from Fallout 3, 4, and 76, but also characters from other franchises as part of events. For example, the Explorer, Andrea, Sarah Morgan, Barrett, Mathis Castillo, and Samco from Starfield are in the game. The Warrior from the game Dragon Nest appears in the game. The Doomslayer, Conmaker, the Marauder, Samuel Hayden, Olivia Pierce, and the Dark Lord from the Doom franchise appear in the game. And the Blades hero, Lich, Sashi, and Ancient Flame Dragon from the Elder Scrolls series appear in the game. Obviously, all of these crossovers are non-canon. Clay characters. Fallout 1 and 2's character face animations are some of the most iconic parts of those games, but what many people don't know is that they're real. Each talking head was actually a digitized version of a real clay model, though there obviously was some stuff done on the computer to make them more alive looking, like texture maps being created for them. While a really cool production detail, this actually hurt the original game in a way. Originally, the first Fallout game was supposed to have 40 to 50 talking heads, but because it took 8 weeks to just fully create a single talking head, only 21 talking heads were created. Call of Duty. In June 2024, Fallout collabed with Call of Duty in probably the most lazy crossover I've seen in quite a while. The crossover, which was in Modern Warfare 3, was split up between an event pass, in which you can unlock various Fallout-related cosmetics, like a Nuka-Cola cap emblem, a Nuka-Cola weapon charm, a Nuka-Cola quantum camo, and an NCR flag decal, All of that's fine, but the second half of the collab is just embarrassing in how lazy it was. The second half of the crossover was a bundle that gave you 4 skins for the characters Ghost, Soap, Price, and Gaz, and it was just them wearing vault suits. Vault suits for Vault 141, which admittedly is a cute little reference to Task Force 141 in the game, but that's it. You'd expect a Call of Duty Fallout collab would feature like a power armor skin for the Juggernaut killstreak, like how Call of Duty had the Warhammer Marines as skins for the Juggernaut, or a skin that turns one of the game's AK-like rifles into the Chinese assault rifle, or an NCR Ranger skin, or a Shish Kebab skin for the Soul Render sword, or a Nuka-Cola skin for the Molotov. Such a waste of time. There's been reports about Black Ops 7 receiving some kind of Fallout collab that'll actually include power armor this time. However, at the time of writing this, these are just rumors. If it is true, hopefully it's a better collab than the Modern Warfare 3 one. The Zaidans. The Zaidans are a reoccurring, yet slightly controversial element of the Fallout franchise. They're a species of aliens who watch over the Earth and abduct people, all in an effort to take over the Earth. The Zaidans are a combination between classic gray aliens and reptilian aliens, with their design being mostly inspired by classic gray aliens, while their skin is obviously based on reptilian aliens. Their first appearance was actually in the original Fallout, though only as an Easter egg. You can find a crashed UFO with 2 dead aliens during the Flying Saucer special encounter. There's nothing for you to do here except pick up the alien blaster from their remains, a weapon that can only be found with aliens in each game they appear in. Their first proper appearance was in Fallout 3 in the DLC Mothership Zeta. After the Lone Wanderer finds a crashed alien UFO, they're abducted by the Zaidans, and then have to fight their way out of a Zaytan mothership known as Zeta, thus the name of the DLC. The Zaidans return in Fallout New Vegas, but only if you have the Wild Wasteland trait. If you have it, you'll eventually stumble upon a crashed UFO north of the Horowitz farmstead. Not only is there a crashed UFO, but there's also 2 aliens for you to kill. Aliens returned in Fallout 4, though I guess it'd be more accurate to say an alien returned in Fallout 4. While walking around southeast of Oberland Station, there's a chance that a UFO will crash near you. If you travel to the crash site, you'll discover that the alien craft has revealed a cave system, and if you enter the cave system, you'll be met with a single alien that you can kill, though you don't actually have to be near the crash site to activate this random encounter. Sometimes it'll just happen on its own, while other times it'll activate once you discover the garbled radio beacon radio station. Their most recent appearance was in Fallout 76. In the Steel Dawn update, you can find a bunch of alien bodies in an Enclave research facility, though that's all they are, bodies. They're all dead since the Enclave had been experimenting on them. Living aliens returned in the Invaders from Beyond update, in which they do a full-scale invasion of the area. And for the first time, we actually get significant changes to the aliens, as not only are there the standard alien variants, but also aliens in mech suits called the Alien Invaders. While the Alien Blaster is the most iconic alien weapon in the series, there are some other weapons that the aliens use, like the Alien Disintegrator, Shock Baton, and Alien Atomizer. They also use robots to help them do stuff, like fight in both Fallout 3 and 76. As for what the aliens are doing in the series, like what's their endgame, like I said, they seem to want to take over the Earth, to some extent, as they've been studying humanity for centuries, and even did a small-scale invasion in Fallout 76. Seemingly, this invasion failed, which is why alien encounters in 3, New Vegas, and 4 are more isolated. Seems the aliens underestimated humanity in Fallout 76, and are back to just studying humanity from afar. While there's a lot of people who love the Zaidans, there are some that find their inclusion in the series to be a bit lame. Personally, I don't really mind them.
Gee, that was a hard exam I had today, sis.
You should have seen mine.
Oh, I'm glad they're over.
Me too.
Boy, I could use a bite to eat.
I'm going to have a cold.
So am I.
Yes, sir. It's always a smart idea to remember the pause that refreshes with ice-cold Coca-Cola. And it doesn't matter much whether your busy day was at school or in any one of 100 different places. And it doesn't matter whether you've been working or playing. The only requirement for 100% enjoyment of Coca-Cola is a real desire for real refreshment. So keep that real refreshment handy. For when the young folks are coming home from school or any time at all, it's mighty nice to know there's plenty of ice-cold Coke on hand.
New Vegas Trading Dummy. In New Vegas, you can find a trading dummy in the courtyard of the Searchlight Fire Station. As its name suggests, it's just a dummy, or mannequin of sorts, used by pre-war firefighters to practice rescuing people from fires or other disasters. At first glance, this dummy doesn't seem all that special, because obviously it's not, it's just a dummy. But if you approach the dummy while you have the cannibal perk, you can eat the dummy. Now, you might think that this implies that the firefighters were using human corpses as dummies, but they weren't. The reason you can use the cannibal perk on it is simply an oversight, as the dummy uses a human model. You can even use console commands to literally bring the dummy to life, but it doesn't do anything. Canon genders. In each Fallout game, you can select the gender of the protagonist. But what's the actual canon gender of each protagonist? Well, we don't know all of them, but we surprisingly do know a few. Thanks to the Fallout 2 manual and the Vault Dweller's memoirs, we know that the first game's protagonist, the Vault Dweller, is a guy. The Chosen One from Fallout 2 is also a guy. This is revealed in New Vegas, when it's revealed that a character named Mr. Bishop exists. This character is actually the child of the Chosen One. As in Fallout 2, as a male Chosen One, you can have a kid with Angela Bishop or Leslie Bishop. So the Chosen One has to be a guy. As for the Lone Wanderer from Fallout 3, according to Fallout Shelter Online, they're a guy. But since this game is probably not canon, this can't be confirmed, though it is noteworthy that the developers chose a male character instead of a female one. As for the Courier, we have literally no idea. And finally, as for the sole survivor, it seems to be generally accepted by fans that Nate is the canon sole survivor, as concept art for the game pretty much exclusively has Nora be the one who's killed in Vault 111. Plus, people argue that because Nate has a background in the army, he would be better equipped to survive the Commonwealth. Which, sure, that's true, but I don't think that's very good evidence, as the Vault Dweller and Lone Wanderer both had little to no training, and they did fine out in the wasteland. Cleo has a plan to kill everyone. Cleo, who should have been a romanceable companion, yeah, I'll say it, is an Assaultron shopkeeper in Good Neighbor, and she's a bit wacky. Because she's an Assaultron, she's programmed to kill people in many different ways, and she uses her knowledge of how to kill to sell all sorts of weapons. But her programming has also led her to create contingency plans in case she has to take out the people of Good Neighbor for one reason or another. You can find this information by accessing her terminal. So, what does Cleo plan to do in the case that she needs to go postal? Well, she would poison Hancock with chems. She would take out Daisy using a sniper rifle. She would strangle Fahrenheit while she slept. She would place bombs around Good Neighbor during a raider attack in order to take out the neighborhood watch. She would take out the lights in Bobby No-Nose's tunnel and then kill each of her crew members one by one in the cover of darkness. She would also burn down the third rail and kill Magnolia with a shot to the head. Cow pushing. In every single mainline Fallout game, except for 4, you can push a Brahmin over as a reference to the urban legend of cow tipping. Basically, people go up to cows and push them over while they're sleeping standing up. This is despite the fact that cows usually lay down to sleep, and I don't think a normal person can actually, push over a cow. They're pretty heavy. But anyways, in Fallout 1, this is possible by giving a Brahmin a beer. In Fallout 2, all you have to do is use the push command. Luckily, this doesn't do any damage to the Brahmin. In Fallout 3 and New Vegas, all you gotta do is crouch with no weapons near a Brahmin, and you'll be given the command to push them. No karma gets lost by doing this, though in Fallout 3, if you do this too much on a single Brahmin, they'll die. And in Fallout 76, you can push Brahmin as part of the Spin the Wheel event. You do this by just walking over to the Brahmin and pressing the Interact button, and you don't actually really, tip them over, you send them flying. Diamond City Holidays. In the Fallout series, the actual day the game takes place on doesn't really matter. Whatever happens in-game probably happens in-universe over the course of, 2 hours. Why not? That's kind of funny. But in Fallout 4, there actually is some relevancy to the date. If the in-game date is October 31st, Diamond City will have a bunch of Halloween decorations. And if the date is December 25th, Diamond City will have a bunch of Christmas decorations. It's a pretty small yet charming aspect about the game that I really like. It should probably last longer though, it should be the final week of October that the place has Halloween decorations. And for a more immersive experience, when the in-game timer hits November 1st, there's Christmas decorations in Diamond City until December 25th. Also, you know that nowadays Bethesda would try and sell off Halloween and Christmas variations of Diamond City in the Creation Club. Fallout Tactics 2. 2001 was a pretty big year for Fallout Tactics. Not only was it released in March of 2001, but its sequel was cancelled in December of 2001. Production on the game began shortly before Tactics released, so development on the game never got very far. So what was the game going to be about? Well, it would have actually been a direct sequel to Tactics, with General Barnaky's sacrifice at the end of the first game playing some kind of role in the game's plot. The only other major plot detail that we know about is that the game would have had the Brotherhood of Steel facing off against a bunch of mutated fungi and plants created from an irradiated Gek. The Gek would essentially be creating a giant mutated Garden of Eden that was threatening to engulf the entire country. As for gameplay changes, all we know is that the team working on the game were fully aware of the critiques made against the original Tactics, and were going to try and address most of them for the sequel. Luckily, one piece of content from Tactics 2 has lived on. One of my favorite creatures in Fallout, the Gator Claw, is actually partially inspired by concept art for Tactics 2, though the creature in Tactics 2 would have been a mutated crocodile, not alligator. Tactics 2 was ultimately cancelled due to Tactics not selling all that great compared to the original 2 Fallout games. The original Fallout show. The Fallout show wasn't originally supposed to take place in Los Angeles, and later New Vegas. Instead, the original plan was that the series would take place in Colorado. This was only changed after the show's production designer, Howard Cummings, was shown pictures of Kolmanskop, a ghost town in Namibia. He thought that the abandoned desert atmosphere was far more interesting, and so the setting was changed. He liked this location so much that parts of the show were actually filmed in Kolmanskop. The Bridge Keeper. In Fallout 2, there's a special encounter that serves as a reference to the film Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Specifically, the scene in the film in which the characters have to answer questions to get across a bridge. Upon discovering the special encounter, you'll be met with a mysterious, robed figure who asks the player 3 questions. The first 2 questions are, "What is your name?" and "What is your quest?" Very simple questions. But then the third question comes in with a curveball. There's 3 potential questions, these being, how much weight can a person with a strength of 6 carry, assuming he has the strong back perk? What is the minimum requirement for the Quick Pockets perk? And which non-player character from Fallout 1 survived to appear in the sequel? If you answer the final question with a question of your own, the Bridgekeeper dies. But if you answer incorrectly, you'll die. You can actually try and fight the Bridgekeeper, but if you do, a Brahmin will show up to help the Bridgekeeper kill you. Scrapped New Vegas romances. Fallout New Vegas is looked at by many as the best entry in the series, and part of that reason is the companions, like Cass, Veronica, and Boone, with many people wishing that they could romance the characters. Well, that was originally going to be an option. For starters, there was going to be an option to marry Cass, though it wouldn't be very romantic, and this would be a quest in which both the courier and Cass get drunk in New Vegas and end up getting married, with the king serving as the priest. This is a reference to something that actually happens in Vegas. It's very strange. But this was cut due to it being the result of a series of complicated events. My guess, probably a bunch of quest lines and dialogue choices. As for actual romances, we don't really know too much about them because they were cut extremely early in development, mainly due to Chris Avallone being against them. If I had to guess which companions would have been romanceable, it was probably going to be Cass, Veronica, Arcade, and Boone. Don't think Raoul and especially Lily were ever considered for romances. Also, while not a companion, you would have originally been able to romance Mr. House. Now, this wouldn't be a full-on romance, but instead it'd be similar to how you can sleep with Benny or Sarah. You'd even be given the opportunity to have House scan you so that a Securitron could have your face on them. Nuclear Winter. In the late 2010s and early 2020s, video game companies became absolutely obsessed with the idea of making Battle Royale games after the success of Fortnite and PUBG. Some of these games, or modes, were pretty successful, while others were, less so. In fact, there's been far more flops than successes. And one of the many Battle Royale flops of this era of gaming is Nuclear Winter from Fallout 76. Released in June of 2019, Nuclear Winter was a 52-person Battle Royale mode that had players battling each other and various creatures and robots around the Appalachia mountainside. The game mode played similar to other Battle Royale games, but obviously with its own Fallout 76 twists. For example, you could use the game's camp system to bring your base from the game's normal mode into the arena. You could also literally drop a nuke onto the arena. You also had exclusive perks designed for the mode, and as you leveled up, the game would tell you the story of Vault 51. Oh right, Vault 51. The plot of Nuclear Winter is that a bunch of people are fighting over the position of Overseer for the Vault 51. Vault 51's experiment was that it was being led by an AI named Zax, who was pitting survivors against each other. Eventually, this resulted in the Battle Royale mode, so at least one instance of this mode happening is canon. The mode was hit instantly with criticism, as it was a very obvious, desperate attempt to cash in on the Battle Royale craze. But those who actually played it, for the most part, thought that it was alright. At least at first. The mode was hit hard by hackers, and outside of a single new map being added to the mode, Nuclear Winter was seemingly abandoned by Bethesda less than a year after launch. And in September of 2021, the mode was removed from the game, with most of the mode's rewards being added into the base game, and Vault 51 being opened up, allowing for players to explore it whenever they wanted to. Will Nuclear Winter ever return? No, probably not. Scrapped Ocean content. Fallout 4's Ocean was going to feature a lot more content than it does in the final release. The most major thing cut from the ocean is the quest 20 Leagues Under the Sea. This quest would have begun after completing the quest Here There Be Monsters, and repairing the Chinese submarine. Captain Zhao and the player would then take the submarine to an underwater vault, that being Vault 120. Surprisingly, there were actually going to be survivors in the vault, but not all of them were going to be human. While there were going to be human survivors, the vault's overseer was going to be a fully sentient giant octopus, with the quest's main choice being, do you release the octopus into the wild, or leave it trapped in the vault? This entire vault and its story was going to be a reference to the BioShock franchise, with Todd Howard directly confirming this in a Reddit AMA in 2021. While cut from the game, it seems that Vault 120 is still somewhat canon, as in the Fallout show, there's a vault icon roughly where Vault 120 would have been in-game. As for other cut content, there's rumors that the various dead ghoul dolphins, or whales, lying on the beaches of the Commonwealth and Far Harbor were going to originally be seen alive. Though there doesn't seem to be much evidence of this outside of a single animation used in a quest icon. I should also mention Old Peg. At Bunker Hill, you can hear two caravan guards talking about a mysterious ghoul whale living in the Boston Harbor named Old Peg. Some claim that this is a remnant of cut content from the game, but I'm pretty sure this is just meant to be an in-universe legend. To wrap this entry up, I'll mention another confirmed piece of cut content. The harpoon gun from Far Harbor was actually going to be in the base game at one point, as part of the 20 Leagues Under the Sea quest, possibly as a reward. Though the cut base game harpoon gun looks very different from the Far Harbor harpoon gun. Crashed Whale. In Fallout 2, there's a rather interesting special encounter that, without context, just seems insanely random. This encounter has the player discovering the carcass of a whale, and judging from the impact crater, it seems that the whale fell to its death. But how does a whale fall from the sky? Well, I guess technically a waterspout could, hypothetically lift one up, but in-game, you're in the middle of a desert, so that didn't happen. This encounter is obviously non-canon, and it's a reference to the book, and later film, A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the story, 2 nuclear missiles are transformed by a device called the Infinite Improbability Drive into a bowl of petunias and a sperm whale. The whale didn't last very long, as it quickly hit the ground and exploded into a million pieces of whale. Misfortune. In Fallout New Vegas, the mysterious stranger isn't the only strange entity who can come to your aid. The Misfortune perk is similar to the Mysterious Stranger perk, in that while using VATS, there's a small chance that a character named Misfortune will show up to attack an enemy, but unlike the Mysterious Stranger, who takes out enemies with a single shot, Misfortune's gun has a very unique fortune mechanic. Basically, when she's about to shoot, a random number is generated. If the number is less than 35, her attack will either knock down the opponent or activate any grenade or mines that the enemy may have in their inventory, causing damage. If the number is over 35, the enemy may be knocked down, have their explosives go off, have one of their limbs be crippled, their weapon be destroyed, or be sent flying. And if the weapon that's destroyed fired plasma, fire, or grenades, the weapon will explode upon destruction. Unlike the Mysterious Stranger, Misfortune will actually empty her revolver into the enemy, and each bullet generates a new number. So, who is she? Well, just like the Mysterious Stranger, we don't know. In fact, we know even less about her, as unlike the Stranger, nobody mentions her in-game. And since she's only appeared in New Vegas, there's not really many opportunities to learn new info about her. Hopefully in Fallout 5 she reappears. Evan. Nuka World is known for two things. One, it's the Fallout 4 story DLC that's overshadowed by Far Harbor, and two, it's the goofy, funny DLC of the game. But despite it being goofy, there's actually a very sad yet heartwarming Easter egg in the game. In the outskirts of Nuka World, you can find a home called Evan's Home, and the titular Evan is just there chilling out. He doesn't really do all that much outside of giving the player the Nuka Love recipe book. At first glance, it seems like Evan is a rather pointless inclusion, but that's far from the case. Reddit user NewJWVII, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, and his brother had lost their father around the time of Fallout 4's release. Fallout 4's community manager, Jessica Finster, set up a care package of Fallout items for the two brothers in response to this. However, the care package was delayed a bit, which normally it wouldn't be much of a problem, but before the package could reach the brothers, NuaJWVII's brother passed away due to complications caused by diabetes, and his brother was named Evan. In response to the passing of Evan and the delayed package that Evan sadly never saw, Evan was forever immortalized in Nuka World. Scrapped Combat Zone gameplay. The Combat Zone is a pretty unique location in Fallout 4, as it's a raider bar that has a built-in fighting arena. The only time you're required to enter it is when you decide to recruit Kate, as she's found there. Right when the game released, fans became suspicious that this area was hit hard with cuts, due to the fact that there's literally a fighting arena and you can't participate in it. This was confirmed shortly after release, as fans began digging into the game's files. And it turns out, originally after recruiting Kate, you'd be able to return to the combat zone and participate in gladiator matches for prizes like money. There was also supposed to be a basement level to the combat zone, where you'd be able to interact with various raiders waiting for their chance to fight in the arena. There was even going to be an elevator that lifted you up into the arena, though it's unknown if this was just going to be a one-and-done gladiator quest, or you'd be able to repeatedly do this. Finally, there are actually a few characters that were cut from the combat zone, notably the character Patches, who was going to be a weapons and chems merchant. How canon is the Creation Club content? Creation Club, or just called Creations now, is a system that lets modders work with Bethesda to get their mods officially sponsored. Sounds pretty cool at first, but you need to buy these mods with Creation Club credits, which cost real-life money. This has led to the program to be very controversial, as fans often call it paid mods. Controversy aside, when Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition was released, a bunch of Creation Club content was included. This has led fans to wonder if Creation Club content is considered canon to Fallout. Obviously, the crossover stuff with like Doom, Quake, Prey, Starfield, and the Elder Scrolls aren't canon, but what about stuff like the Brahmin armor, the handmade shotgun, the solar cannon, the Tale of the Beast Hunter quest, the Capital Wasteland Mercenaries quest, the baseball launcher, the Chinese grenade launcher, or the Sentinel power armor companion? Well, it's complicated. According to Emil Paliarulo, Bethesda almost exclusively accepts mods that work with Fallout 4's art style, and if the mod has a quest, the writing has to work within the Fallout canon, but that doesn't make them canon. Instead, it makes them, quote, parallel to canon, or as close to canon as they can be. I personally think that this means that this stuff is on the edge of being canon. All that needs to be done to make them canon is for them to appear in an official Fallout game or show. Speaking of show, we actually have an example of this happening thanks to the Fallout show. The character Johnny Morden appears as a feral ghoul in the Creation Club quest Captain Cosmos. And in the show, Johnny Morden is briefly mentioned, which makes this Creation Club created character canon. The pink goo is made out of people. The pink goo, or food paste, found in the Suffolk County Charter School is a strange gooey pink paste that was meant to be eaten by the children who went to the school. This paste was made by Vault-Tec and the United States government as part of an experiment. This experiment was to see how people responded to eating this pink paste, as it was supposedly highly nutritious. And even though it might have been filled with vitamins, the paste had no flavor, caused people to turn pink, and made people highly aggressive after eating a bunch of it. It also bleeds. Yeah, if you shoot the pink goo, it bleeds. All of this has led to the theory that the food paste is actually made from human beings, as eating human meat negatively affects the human brain, which could cause violence, and since the paste bleeds, it must be made out of some kind of meat. Though that's pretty much all the evidence there is. The truth is, the pink food paste is probably not made out of people, and is actually just a reference to the horror film The Stuff, a film about a gooey dessert that turns people into hyper-aggressive zombies. In fact, in one of the terminals in the school, the paste is literally referred to as The Stuff. And seeing how the stuff in The Stuff isn't made from people, I doubt the paste in-game is. The food paste in the Suffolk County Charter School is most likely a reference to another thing as well. And this second reference is far more sinister and far more real. It's most likely a reference to the Walter E. Fernald Developmental Center. From 1946 to 1953, this school fed developmentally disabled children oatmeal that had radioactive iron and calcium in it in order to test the effects of radioactive food on people, and this experiment was done by Harvard University and MIT, and was even sponsored by Quaker Oats. And this all happened in Massachusetts. Fallout Equestria. So I don't really cover fan-made works in icebergs anymore, but I feel like I have to at least mention this fanfiction, because it's something else. Fallout Equestria, as the name suggests, is a crossover fanfiction between the Fallout franchise and My Little Pony Friendship is Magic. Well, I say crossover, but it's really a crossover between the worlds, not the characters, meaning that the world of My Little Pony, Equestria, enters a nuclear war, which basically turns the world into a Fallout world. But you're probably wondering, how is that weird? I mean, sure, it is weird, but crossover fanfictions are made all the time. And yeah, you're right. The fact that it's a My Little Pony crossover isn't that noteworthy. But what is noteworthy is how long it is. Fallout Equestria is 2,062 pages long. Having over 620,000 words, Fallout Equestria is one of the longest fanfictions of all time. It's so big that there's basically a subculture of the My Little Pony fandom who only likes this series and not MLP, and have even made their own fanfictions based on this piece of fanfiction. It's even got audiobooks made out of it, and has been published physically, being released in 5 different volumes. I should also mention that because it's been physically published in the United States, that means Fallout Equestria is cataloged in the Library of Congress. Now, while this fanfiction is pretty big, it pales in comparison to the actual longest fanfiction ever made. In fact, it's the longest piece of literature ever created, that being The Loud House Revamped, a story with 2,328 chapters, 153,196 pages, and 34 million words. The New Plague. So remember the plot for Van Buren, how the protagonist of that game was supposed to be infected with a disease, and that was going to lead to the scientist from Robot Chicken to try and nuke the world again? Well, that disease was known as the New Plague. This virus ran rampant before the Great War, killing over 200,000 people. In order to combat the virus, research into the FEV began. Yup, this plague was actually the catalyst to the creation of the forced evolutionary virus, which of course led to the creation of the supermutants. Luckily, the New Plague isn't around anymore, and you might think that's because, well, it's from a cancelled game. Of course it's not around anymore. It's not canon. But no, the New Plague is actually mentioned in the original Fallout, the Fallout 3 DLC, Point Lookout, and even Fallout 76. It's even mentioned in Fallout Tactics. So while its most prominent appearance, Van Buren, was cancelled, the New Plague is still very much canon. Oh, and as for the symptoms of the disease, it was basically like a super flu that killed you. Mirelurks were supposed to have near-human intelligence. The Mirelurks are one of the most reoccurring creatures in the Fallout franchise. They're mutated crustaceans like crabs, shrimps, or lobsters. They're very simple creatures who operate similar to ants or bees, in that they have queens and kings that they usually serve, even though Mirelurk kings and queens look extremely different from the other Mirelurks. This is because they're probably not the same species as the other Mirelurks. I mean, look at them. They're probably not related to each other, but operate under a symbiotic relationship of sorts. But anyways, there's a theory that during the development of Fallout 3, Mirelurks were supposed to have far more intelligence. In fact, they would have almost the same intelligence level as people. As shown in concept art for Fallout 3, there's several pieces of art that show Mirelurk kings were originally supposed to be smart enough to create weapons and fishing nets. They were supposed to be super smart and have the normal Mirelurks working for them. While Mirelurks still work for Mirelurk kings and queens, it seems that this high level of intelligence never made it into the final game, as they don't use weapons or tools. This piece of cut lore is actually referenced in-game, as Moira Brown believes that Mirelurks are extremely intelligent and even have their own society. This cut intelligence is probably why Mirelurk Kings received a massive redesign in Fallout 4, in which they look more like mutated frogs than the creature from the Black Lagoon. Now that they didn't have human-level intelligence, it didn't make much sense for them to look, humanoid. Vault 68 and 69. Vault 68 and 69 are vaults that appear in the Fallout Bible. The Fallout Bible is a 200-plus page ebook containing background information created for the first two Fallout games. Though, keep in mind, while the Fallout Bible was created to be canon, over time it's been stated that not everything in it is canon. Basically, Bethesda picks and chooses what they want to take from it. So, Vault 68 might not be canon anymore, but since Vault 69 appears in a promotional comic for Fallout 3, more on that later, it is canon. Anyways, we only know a single thing from each of these vaults. Vault 68's experiment was putting 999 men in the vault, with only a single woman. And Vault 69 was the same in reverse. 999 women in the vault with only a single man. Now, some of you horny people out there might be like, that sounds awesome, but it's not. These vaults will go extinct within 100 years, as, sure, you can bang as many women as possible to repopulate, but every child that's born in the vault will be related to you and each other, meaning that the only way to keep the vault going is... well, I'm not gonna say it, but you get what I'm saying. Fallout 3 was supposed to take place earlier. The original Fallout takes place in 2161, 116 years prior to Fallout 3, which takes place in 2277. But there's rumors that this wasn't supposed to be the case. There's a theory that Fallout 3 was actually supposed to be a prequel to the original Fallout. Not a narrative prequel, but instead it would take place prior to the events of the first game. The leading evidence for this theory is the simple fact that Fallout 3 just looks like it takes place closer to the Great War. Despite the fact that the game takes place 200 years after the Great War, it seems like society hasn't really evolved much since then. Not only that, but nature hasn't really begun the healing process in Fallout 3. But this can be chalked up to the fact that Fallout 3 takes place in Washington, D.C., one of the most heavily nuked areas during the Great War, so damage done to the area was most likely a lot more severe. But there's plenty of other evidence, and some of this evidence is a lot harder to counter. For example, Little Lamplight is kinda strange. A society where kids rule and adults drool probably couldn't last very long. So the fact that it's somehow survived 200 years into the apocalypse is kinda crazy. Side note, you can actually sell one of the Lamplight kids into slavery in the game. One of the most evil things you can do in a video game. I can't believe they actually let you do that. Absolute insanity. Then there's the existence of the Naval Research Institute, the Fallout version of the United States Naval Research Laboratory. They founded Rivet City around the year 2237. This means that this pre-war military organization was still operating over 100 years after the Great War. Maybe if this was only a few decades after the Great War, this would make more sense. But over 100 years later, it's a little weird. Yes, the Enclave exists, but they're literally the remnants of the US government. This is just a pre-war government body that for some reason continued to operate after the war independently. It would be like if the Department of Energy were still at it 200 years into the apocalypse. And finally, there's the Super Duper Mart, a grocery store that, while mostly empty, still has some supplies in it 200 years after the Great War, which is very unrealistic. So, was Fallout 3 supposed to take place earlier in the timeline? Honestly, probably not. We would have probably gotten some kind of confirmation of it from a developer at this point, and a lot of the evidence is just kind of oversights and stuff like that. Like, Bethesda thought that a community exclusively run by children was a fun idea, so they just implemented it into the game, not really thinking of how unrealistic it was. I mean, they literally have a ghoul surviving the Great War by hiding in a fridge in Fallout 4. Fallout 76 Canvas Bags. Fallout 76 had a whole bunch of issues at launch, and these issues weren't just in the game. Shortly after the release of the game, many fans who bought the $200 collector's edition of Fallout 76 were a bit upset that the collector's edition, known as the Power Armor Edition, advertised that it would come with a West Tech canvas carrying bag, but the bag they ended up getting wasn't a canvas bag, but instead a nylon bag. Side note, spending $200 on a collector's edition for any game is just kind of insane to me. Anyways, many people believed that this was Bethesda being cheap, but the official reason given by Bethesda was that due to an unavailability in materials, they had to switch to nylon. In response to people not happy with the bags, Bethesda offered 500 atoms to those who weren't happy. That's the in-game Fallout 76 currency. They didn't just send them 500 atoms in the mail. Things only got worse when Bethesda actually gave canvas bags to influencers to promote the game, though roughly a year after release, Bethesda would end up sending people proper canvas bags, so it all worked out. Turns out, this whole incident wasn't supposed to happen. Well, obviously it wasn't, but what I mean is, there wasn't even supposed to ever be a canvas bag advertised. According to Pete Hines, the former senior vice president of marketing and communications at Bethesda, he had approved of a collector's edition for the game that didn't have a canvas bag. So he was extremely shocked and angry when he found out that not only had Bethesda advertised canvas bags, but gave out nylon bags instead of the advertised canvas bags. Somehow, a canvas bag had been added to the collector's edition after he approved it. Pete Hines would also confirm that despite the memes made at the time, there actually was a canvas shortage during development of Fallout 76. But, of course, that doesn't excuse advertising a canvas bag, only to switch it with a nylon bag. Cancelled Fallout movie. While the Fallout show is the first official live-action adaptation of Fallout, there was actually supposed to be one released over 20 years prior. This being the Fallout movie. Written by Brent V. Friedman in 1998, the Fallout film never actually got far enough into production for a script to be made. Instead, 3 different script treatments were created. While the first 2 treatments have been released, the third one still remains lost media to this day. So, what was the plot of this film going to be like? Well, it was going to be an adaptation of the first Fallout game, in which the Vault Dweller, who's a dude, is sent into the wasteland to find the water purifier chip in order to save Vault 13. Although, in the film, the Vault Dweller wouldn't be the only person sent to find the chip. He would be joined with characters referred to in the treatment as Female Officer, Scholar, and Techie, though Techie doesn't last very long and is quickly killed. They would then find a survivor of Vault 8 named Max, who joins them on their quest, in exchange for a Gek. The 4 of them eventually travel to the hub, where they find the people who killed Techie are now trying to sell Techie's organs. At the hub, they eventually find the water chip, and Scholar actually tries to buy it using pre-war money and a Visa card. The group is then forced to try and flee the hub as super mutants begin attacking, but they fail, and Max turns on the crew, turning them over to the super mutants in exchange for a Gek. But it turns out that Max is a troll, and after tricking the super mutants into thinking that he's working with them, he frees the Vault Dweller and the female officer. But not Scholar, as Scholar's also a troll, and is actually working with the super mutants, eventually even becoming a super mutant. The trio return to Vault 13 with the chip, only for the Overseer to reveal the twist of the film. Vault 13 had multiple backup chips. The 4 of them were sent out into the wasteland to die, because they were causing discontent in the vault. And shortly after this, the Master, Scholar, and the mutants attack Vault 13, and a big battle happens. The Vault Dweller's dad dies, Scholar is killed by the Vault Dweller, the Vault 13 Overseer is killed by the Master, and it's revealed that the Overseer was actually the one who started the Great War, or as it's known in the film, World War III. After they defeat the Master, it seems like the day is saved, but uh-oh, the Master faked his death and injects Max with the FEV, turning him into a rampaging super mutant. So the Vault Dweller kills Max, while the female officer kills the Master. The film ends with the survivors creating Arroyo, with the Gek that Max had fought so hard to get. So, why didn't this film ever get made? Well, it's most likely due to the fact that this film would have been insanely expensive to make, and Interplay just didn't have that kind of money. They did partner with Dark Horse Entertainment in an effort to make the film, but seeing as at the time, Dark Horse Entertainment was releasing box office bombs like Barbed Wire, Virus, and Mystery Men, they probably didn't have the money for this kind of project either. And so the Fallout film was cancelled.
Everywhere in the USA, people like the new Instant Maxwell House.
It's the most happy flavor.
Deep and hearty flavor.
It's the most happy flavor in the USA.
Those famous flavor buds of real coffee are now bursting with new fresh roast flavor. Flavor you can smell in the new aroma, see in the deeper color. It's the most happy flavor in the USA. New Instant Maxwell House.
Cat and Gus. One of the stranger random encounters in Fallout 4 is Cat and Gus. When you're wandering around the wasteland, you have a chance to encounter a little girl named Cat and her sentry bot best friend, Gus. She's a merchant, so you can buy stuff from her, but all she has is junk and a tiny bit of ammo. There's nothing else that we know about the two of them. No lore, no nothing. If I had to guess why this encounter is in the game, I imagine that it's a reference to the little sisters and big daddies from the BioShock franchise. While you obviously can't kill Cat, you can destroy Gus, and it pretty much shuts Cat down. She yells at you that you killed her only friend, and she refuses to talk to anyone. So if you're doing an evil playthrough, you can ruin Cat's life by destroying Gus. Scrapped Victor boss fight. Okay, maybe boss fight is a bit of an exaggeration, but in Fallout New Vegas, there was originally going to be a fight against Victor and 2 Securitron henchmen. Originally, if the player decided to destroy the Securitron vault, if they traveled back to the Lucky 38, Victor was going to confront you and declare that he should have left you to die in the grave that Benny had shot you in. And you would have to destroy Victor. There's no talking him down or getting around him. This fight can actually still kind of happen in-game, but it's a glitch. Basically, if you turn against House, but leave him alive, there's a chance that Victor will spawn outside of the Lucky 38, which will mean that you have to destroy him, but he won't have any dialogue. Goodsprings Cemetery Ghosts. In New Vegas, the Goodsprings Cemetery is the very first location the player finds themselves in, as it's the setting of the opening cutscene of the game, in which the courier is shot by Benny and buried in the cemetery. But if you return to the cemetery at night and stand near one of the graves, you can hear the voices of ghosts whispering to each other. This seems to be a feature of all of the grave sites in the game, as you can hear the exact same ghosts by the graves near Camp Forlorn Hope and Bitter Springs. Brotherhood of Steel 2. Fallout Brotherhood of Steel was meant to be the beginning of a console-exclusive sub-series. A sequel to Brotherhood of Steel was being worked on at the same time as the original game. Also known by the subtitle Vagrant Lands, Brotherhood of Steel 2 was going to be a direct sequel narratively to the original game, and would have incorporated plot elements from both Van Buren and Tactics 2. You would have 4 playable characters this time around: Jafe, Maxis, Scarlet, and Lilith. Cyrus and Nadia from the original game would return, but as side characters who would help the new group of Brotherhood of Steel soldiers face off against Miles Reese, the main antagonist of the game. Reese's whole thing is that he wants to wipe out humanity using an irradiated Gek, and he planned on doing this by using the Gek to create a giant mutated Garden of Eden. He gets pretty far with his plans, as he mutates a good chunk of southern Texas. Dude even creates a living base for him to live in while in the Gulf of Mexico. Other returning characters include Harold from the original 2 Fallouts, and later Fallout 3, and Banshee. Banshee's a very interesting inclusion, because he's actually never been in a game before. He was going to be in Van Buren, but was repurposed as a supporting villain for this game. As for locations in the game would have taken place in central and southern Texas, and feature locations like the Alamo, Fort Worth, and Austin. The only vault in the game would have been Vault 39, which would have been where Reese had originally tested out the Gek device, so it would be a giant jungle-like vault. Gameplay-wise, Brotherhood of Steel 2 would mostly play the same as the original game, though there would be some gameplay shakeups, like 2 different underwater levels, in which the players would have to fight mutated fish. the game would have ended with a fight against Reese in his living underwater fortress in the Gulf of Mexico, in which he would actually merge with it. So, why didn't this game end up happening? Well, it was simply because only a few months after the release of the original Brotherhood of Steel, Interplay laid off most of its employees. They didn't close down, as they would later begin work on Fallout Online, but they were struggling to stay afloat. Giant Footprint. In the original Fallout, there's a special encounter that has the Vault Dweller come across a giant footprint that looks like it was made by a giant dinosaur. A giant kaiju-sized dinosaur. This giant footprint and the corpse of the dead squished dude in the footprint are actually a reference to one of the original game ideas that Black Isle Studios had. Before Fallout, Black Isle Studios had the idea for a game in which you travel back in time and kill the very first ape. This means that humanity doesn't exist anymore, and you would then get sent into the future, where sentient dinosaurs rule over the Earth, and then exile you to a far-off planet. And on that planet, you'd find magic, and you would use that magic to travel back in time to fix everything. Honestly, it sounds like an awesome idea for a story, but I'm glad that we got Fallout instead. Last thing that I'll mention about this special encounter is that it's actually... well, I don't want to say it's canon, but it is acknowledged by characters other than the Vault Dweller. If you have Tycho with you, he'll actually comment on the footprint, saying that they shouldn't mess with whatever left it. Which, fair enough. Synth Birds. In Fallout 4, you could find a whole bunch of crows. They just stand around. Sometimes they fly off, but they don't really do anything. And while you can kill them, they don't drop anything, or give you XP. Nobody would have batted an eye at the crows if not for Deacon and Ronnie Shaw, claiming that the crows are actually Institute spies watching the Commonwealth. Now, people just kind of assumed at first that this was just them being paranoid. But then, in December of 2017, Bethesda artist Mark Tier revealed some cut content from the game. He revealed that there was originally going to be a synth crow that would occasionally be seen by the player. You would know it was a synth because it would have glowing red eyes. But during development, it was decided that every crow in the game was actually going to be a synth. So because of this, the red-eyed crow was removed from the game, as there was no reason for it to be in the game, since, they're all synths. But yes, that means in the final release of Fallout 4, every single crow you see is an Institute spy watching your every move. Fake Preston Garvey. Preston Garvey's one of the more controversial Fallout 4 companions. This is due to the fact that a lot of people just find him kinda boring. That and...
there's another settlement that needs our help. I hope you can get to them quickly. We need to show people that the Minutemen are back.
But Preston Garvey does have one superfan, and that's an impersonator that you can find in the game. Appearing as a random encounter, the Preston Garvey impersonator roams the Commonwealth trying to trick people into thinking that he's the real deal. He's only doing this so that he can ask for 100 caps, so that he can use those caps to, quote-unquote, help the Minutemen. Okay, saying this guy is a Preston Garvey fan is a bit of a stretch. He's really just a con artist trying to make a quick buck from people. Now, you might think that you would get a really funny scene if you encounter this dude while you have Preston as your companion. And, yeah, you would think that, wouldn't you? They don't talk at all. They just ignore each other. Very lame. Mr. Burke isn't in the Japanese version of Fallout 3. Mr. Burke is one of the more evil characters of Fallout 3. I mean, the dude wants to detonate a nuke to get rid of a town because he doesn't like looking at it. Interestingly, Japanese players who have played the Japanese version of Fallout 3 most likely don't know who Mr. Burke is, because he's not in the game. Because of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki in World War II, Japan, understandably, are a bit sensitive to nuclear imagery. Sure, you can show nukes in movies and stuff, like the Godzilla franchise, but a game in which you can activate a nuke that looks like the exact bomb dropped on Japan in order to wipe out an entire city was a little bit too much for Japanese censors. And so, Burke was removed from the game entirely, which means that you can't actually detonate the megaton bomb during the Power of the Atom quest. This must have been a relatively last-minute change, as in the game's files, you can still find Burke's dialogue in the game, fully dubbed in Japanese. Fallout 2 Press Build. In October of 1998, Fergus Urquhart posted a message to the official Fallout website about a supposed Fallout 2 beta build that people had been playing. 4 months prior, Black Isle Studios had sent out a preview build of the game to gaming journalists, and somehow that press build got leaked online, and so people began to play it, and even tried sending bug reports to Black Isle Studios. Anyways, the message that he posted was him explaining the situation. This build was not intended for the public, nor was it like the final release of the game, with him even stating that the first part of the final release of Fallout 2 was completely different from the press build. Unfortunately, this press build was wiped off the internet. We only have a single screenshot from it, its main menu. The only other things that we know about are that the game was originally supposed to take place in the year 2191, and there was going to be some kind of creature in the game called the Biozen. Sadly, it doesn't seem like this build of the game will ever be found. Ron the Narrator. Ron Perlman is the only actor to appear in every single mainline Fallout game, appearing in Fallout 1, 2, 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76. Outside of Fallout 4, he only plays the narrator of the game, not an actual character. Except in New Vegas, where the narrator is a character. A character named Ron the Narrator was created for New Vegas and is voiced by Perlman, but he's not actually a character in-game, meaning that you can't normally find him. The only way to see him without spawning him in with console commands is at the very end of the game. When you're watching the slideshow showing what'll happen to the Mojave, if you use the command Enable Player Control, you can actually gain control of your character and be able to see that you're standing in a room. And if you walk through the slideshow, you can see Ron standing there, narrating. You can also kill him. Ulysses was originally in the base game. Ulysses is a fan-favorite character in New Vegas. Introduced as the main antagonist of the DLC Lonesome Road, Ulysses really likes to talk, which is why he was cut from the base game. You see, originally, Ulysses was intended to be a Legion companion, the only major faction in the base game to not have any kind of companion. He would have been included in the final game if not for the fact that he had so much dialogue it wouldn't fit on the game's disc. And due to the fact that Ulysses was a late addition to the game, Obsidian didn't have the time to trim his dialogue so that they could fit him in the game. So while Ulysses is still in New Vegas through its DLC, he was supposed to be an ally, not an antagonist. The Great Glowing One. Originally a woman named Sister Dawn, she was chosen by her mother to infiltrate a splinter group of the Children of Adam, led by a man named Adam Whately, aka the last son of Adam. Side note, her mother is actually Azulda, the leader of the Children of Adam in the Glowing Sea. Anyways, the last son of Adam decided to torture Dawn and subject her to a bunch of experiments. Not necessarily because he found out that she was spying on them, but because he just hated her mom so much. These experiments eventually led to Dawn to become a glowing one and grow 30 feet tall. Because she's a glowing one, she's lost all of her sentience. she travels around the glowing sea in search of other glowing ones. What does she do when she finds more glowing ones? Simple. She eats them in order to make herself more powerful. But not every glowing one that she eats dies. A lot of the time, they lay in her stomach still undead, and sometimes they'll break free by clawing their way out of her. The Great Glowing One only appears in the Fallout tabletop role-playing game, and was inspired by a piece of cut content from Fallout 4, that being Maypole. Maypole was cut from the game due to the massive amount of technical issues it would have caused. Unlike Dawn, who's 30 feet tall, Maypole was going to be 300 feet tall. Luckily, a model for Maypole was created, so we can see just how horrifying this thing was going to be in-game. Fallout Extreme. Fallout Extreme is a rejected Fallout game that was pitched to Interplay in November 2000 by the company 14 Degrees East. Because it was a pitch, only concept art and a design document were ever created. As far as we know, there was never a prototype built. This game would have been Fallout's attempt to enter the competitive first-person shooter market, as while the game's campaign would be a strategic tactical-like shooter that could be played in either first or third person, the game's multiplayer would have had modes like Team Deathmatch and Capture the Flag, basically being a Fallout Call of Duty clone, or I guess Medal of Honor clone at the time. But again, that was the multiplayer side of things. The campaign would have had a strong focus on tactics. So much so that missions would literally change depending on which direction you entered the mission zone. The game's plot would have taken place in the year 2177 and would have followed a group of soldiers as part of a group called the Cause. They would be fighting the Brotherhood of Steel. The first half of the game would have had the Cause taking back land from the Brotherhood all across Oregon, Washington, Canada, and Alaska. Yes, this would have been the very first time in a Fallout game that you'd be able to enter another country, but it wouldn't just be Canada, as at the midpoint of the game, you would actually defeat the Brotherhood of Steel and discover that the Brotherhood had moved so far north because the Chinese military was still around, and they were planning on launching a literal doomsday missile that would eradicate the entire United States. So the Cause would then travel across the Bering Strait, fight through Russia and Mongolia, and finally enter China to take on the Chinese military, who were being led by an emperor. So why was Fallout Extreme rejected? Probably because it just didn't sound like that good of an idea. I mean, traveling across the Bering Strait to take on a Chinese emperor? What is that? This isn't Fallout anymore. Mad Brahmin. In Fallout 2, there's a special encounter involving some Brahmin. But these aren't your average Brahmin. No. These are highly aggressive Brahmin, and not only do these Brahmin attack you, they also explode if they touch you, and respawn if you kill them. These Brahmin might also be cannibals, as there's a bunch of dead Brahmin near them, so the other Brahmin either killed them and ate them, or they just randomly exploded, which, now that I'm saying that out loud, that does sound like the more realistic scenario, somehow. Your best bet in this situation is to just escape as fast as you can. Vault 92. In Fallout 3, we're introduced to Vault 92, a vault with no human survivors, only mirelurks and bloatflies. But that obviously wasn't always what the vault looked like. Before the bombs fell, Vault-Tec made sure to let the world's greatest musicians know that they would be safe in Vault 92, as it was a vault dedicated to preserving humanity's love and talent for creating music. So when the bombs fell, the vault was filled with musicians, musical instruments, and recording equipment. Unfortunately for them, Vault-Tec actually lied. This vault experiment involved white noise. The vault had multiple generators that produced barely audible white noise in order to see if this white noise could subliminally affect the people living in the vault in order to make them aggressive. Basically, to see if white noise could be used to create soldiers, or be used as a weapon. Soon, the experiment spread to the entire vault, with every single room in the vault playing this white noise. And this led to some problematic stuff, as soon enough people began going insane and attacking each other. The white noise not only made people highly aggressive, but also immune to pain to some extent, as the anger-induced survivors usually took over 20 bullets to take down. Pretty soon, due to an underground lake, the vault's lower levels began to break down, almost as fast as the minds of the survivors living in the vault. Eventually, the vault's residents went extinct, killed either by each other or by the creatures who were now entering the vault through its destroyed lower walls. Last thing that I'll mention is that the white noise was eventually turned off. But you can turn it back on, and it'll kill every single mirelurk in the nearby area. This is because mirelurks are extremely sensitive to sound. Anna Winslow. In Fallout 2, you can meet a woman named Anna Winslow. She's a pretty average person, except for the fact that she's dead. She's a ghost. You can find her in a home inside the den. Now, the interesting thing about this ghostly woman is that she's only just recently began haunting the building. She and her family have been dead for years, if not decades, and they were all at peace. But a goofball named Joey began staying in her abandoned house, and there he found Anna's gold locket. He decided to take it for himself, only to be met with the ghost of Anna, and Joey did the reasonable thing, and got the hell out of there. Luckily, you can make sure that Anna returns to being at peace by going over to Joey and either stealing the locket, buying the locket off of him, or killing him and taking it. Regardless of what you choose, you get the locket, and if you bring it back to the home, Anna's ghost will thank you by turning into a pile of bones. Physical bones, mind you. I don't really know how that works. Anyways, you can then take the bones and bury them in the local graveyard in Anna's grave. I guess somebody grave-robbed her remains at some point, because I don't really know why her bones wouldn't already be in her grave. But yeah, this was Fallout's first ever ghost. The Cheers Bar. In Fallout 4, there's a special bar that you can find in the back bay southwest of the State House. This is a bar called Prost Bar, and it's a rather small bar with only a few rooms. There's basically no story here, and the place has a bunch of skeletons lying around. Most players won't realize this, but this place is actually a direct reference to the TV show Cheers, as Prost Bar is a near one-to-one replica of the bar featured in that show. Even the bar's entrance is a near one-to-one replica. And seeing as one of the skeletons is sitting at the bar, much like the character Norm did in the show, it's safe to assume that Norm's Fallout counterpart is, well, very much dead. While there's no story in the bar in the base game, the Creation Club Anti-Material Rifle quest does give the location some kind of a story, as it's the hiding spot of a woman named Ivy who accidentally killed a man. One Man in a Crate of Puppets. Releasing in July of 2008 in order to promote Fallout 3, One Man in a Crate of Puppets is a webcomic published on the official Bethesda blog, and was written by Jerry Hulkins, with art being done by the creator of the webcomic Penny Arcade, Mike Krahulik. The comic follows an unnamed man living in Vault 77. He's the only person in the vault, and quickly discovers Vault 77's experiment. His only company is a box of puppets, and after living in the vault for well after a year, the man goes a bit crazy, and begins to develop a second personality in order to keep himself company. Eventually, he and his puppet friend leave the vault, and he stumbles upon a giant ant and a ghoul who he befriends. but he's eventually captured by some slavers, who debate on whether or not they should either sell him into slavery or cannibalize him. But that's when the Puppet Man snaps, and his second personality takes over, allowing him to completely annihilate the slavers. And that's how the story ends. You might not think that the comic is canon, despite it being officially made by Bethesda, but it actually is. In fact, the events of the story are referenced in a holotape found in Paradise Falls in Fallout 3, revealing that since the incident, the slavers live in fear that the Puppet Man may return and finish them off. Years later, in April of 2024, a brief sequel comic was released, showing that the Puppet Man has now become some sort of king in the Wasteland. Though this comic was released on the Penny Arcade website, so while it's made by the same artist, its canonicity is extremely debatable. Fallout 4 Brains. So here's a really quick entry. In the Fallout 4 DLC, Automatron, Robo-Brains are introduced into the game, and you can even build your own Robo-Brain. But there was originally going to be parts of the Robo-Brain that you'd have to collect from people, that being a brain. But this brain item was removed from the game. Now, you're probably wondering why this item has its own entry in the iceberg. Well, that's because this brain was classified as a consumable, meaning that, yes, you could eat it. So yeah, the Automatron DLC almost had a secret bonus cannibalism ability just for funsies. So, what's the deal with the Gunners? The Gunners are a raider-like faction in Fallout 4. However, unlike raiders, they don't really have any plot relevancy, despite them having a giant base that you can raid, that being Gunner Plaza. They're a mercenary group that aren't entirely hostile, as there's actually a few friendly Gunners in the game guarding some merchants. So they can be reasoned with, or at the very least paid. In-universe, that is. In-game, there's no way to hire the Gunners to work with you, and 99% of them will attack you if you get too close. Because of how large the group is, and because they don't really have any storylines connected to them, a lot of people began to theorize that the Gunners had some kind of storyline that was cut from the game. Perhaps they were a fifth faction that you could join, and even destroy the Institute with. The leading evidence for this is that the only real plot relevancy the Gunners have is being the ones responsible for the Quincy Massacre, which fragmented the Minutemen prior to the events of the game. And since you can go to the Quincy ruins, which are still being occupied by the Gunners, it seems like this was meant to be some kind of quest. You can even find Clint there, the Minutemen traitor who worked with the Gunners to wipe out Quincy. Why have him in the game if they're not gonna do anything with him? Perhaps this was supposed to be the final Minutemen quest, or this was gonna be a quest involving Preston. Funny enough, a Creation Club quest called Warpaint is basically this. You take out the Gunners in the area, and the Minutemen reclaim the ruins. So, is there any truth to these claims? Were the Gunners hit hard with cuts? Unfortunately, we don't know. If there was a lot of Gunner content cut from the game, it must have been cut very early in development, as nobody's been able to find any traces of a cut Gunner questline, let alone the ability to join the Gunners. The only other piece of evidence suggesting a cut story is a line from Deacon, in which he says that he believes that the Gunners are working for somebody. Maybe the Institute? The Enclave? We don't know. We do know that the Gunners seem to have some kind of fondness for the pre-war US military, as their uniforms are very similar to pre-war soldiers. This has led to a theory that the Gunners are actually the descendants of a remnant of the US military, perhaps the Massachusetts National Guard. But none of this is confirmed. King Arthur's Knights. In yet another Fallout 2 Monty Python and the Holy Grail Easter egg, there's 2 special encounters in the game in which you can find members of the Knights of the Round Table from the legend of King Arthur. In fact, King Arthur himself appears in both of these encounters. The first encounter has you stumbling upon King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table just chilling out. Funny enough, instead of Arthur and his knights looking like traditional medieval knights, they're all armored in power armor, and King Arthur confirms what you're probably thinking. These guys are actually just a squad of Brotherhood of Steel soldiers, which actually suggests that these guys could be canon. Anyways, they ask the player if they know where the Holy Hand Grenade is. The second encounter has you stumbling upon the knights as they battle a killer rat that's absolutely owning them. If you help the knights take out the rat, you'll discover the legendary Holy Hand Grenade. Now, this second encounter is actually bugged, meaning that in the original release of Fallout 2, it was nearly impossible to actually access it. In fact, most versions of Fallout 2 still have this encounter bugged, so you'll most likely need to download a fan patch in order to access it. Anyways, the killer rat is a reference to the killer rabbit featured in the film. This special encounter was referenced in New Vegas, and this time you don't actually need a patch to actually use the Holy Hand Grenade. 3 Holy Hand Grenades can be found in the basement of a church located in Camp Searchlight, and they'll only appear if you have the Wild Wasteland trait. These grenades don't respawn, so you have to use them wisely. They do an insane amount of damage and create a giant explosion when they go off. Hidden Diner. The Hidden Diner is a secret area in Fallout 4 that a lot of people at first thought was a dev room. For those that don't know, dev rooms in video games are pretty much exactly what they sound like. They're secret, hidden away rooms used by developers while making the game to test items. They usually also contain every single item in the game. Now, people quickly realized that the Hidden Diner can't actually be a dev room, as it doesn't even have a 100th of Fallout 4's base game items. So, what exactly is it? Well, first, let's talk about how to get there. The area is on the rooftops near Diamond City. You first have to climb a wooden scaffolding directly west of the Mass Pike Tunnel East. Go across the wooden bridge connected to it, and enter the destroyed building connected to that. Climb to the top of the tower, and find an opening in the wall. Carefully go through the hole in the wall, and land on a little ledge outside of the building. Then, either jump or use a jetpack to get to the roof of the building in front of you. Then, climb up the destroyed wall, and then hop over to the roof of the building in front of you. Once you're on that roof, walk over to the right side of the roof and you'll be able to glitch through it a bit. Using the glitch, jump onto the upper level of the roof, and finally, jump across to the next door roof. Turn right, and you'll find the Hidden Diner. This area is special because it's a pain to get to, and there's basically nothing here except for a bed, a power armor station, a mini nuke, and some junk. But it's way more furnished than you would think this random, nearly out-of-bounds area would be. Is this area a remnant of cut content? Perhaps this was going to be another home that you could buy within Diamond City at some point. Bagman. Bagman is a mysterious, unseen character who's mentioned in Fallout 3, Fallout 76, and the New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road. We don't know a ton about him, but what we do know doesn't exactly paint the best picture. For starters, we know that he's a very high-ranking official in the United States pre-war government. We know this because there's nuclear codes in Fallout 3 that have his clearance to authorize. Something that in real life is only possible for the president to do. So, could Bagman be the president of the United States? It's highly possible, as we know that the last US president in the Fallout universe was working with the Enclave, and the Enclave did do a number of assassinations prior to the Great War in order to guarantee secrecy and their plans to succeed. I bring this up because in Fallout 76, we discover that Bagman ordered a hit on another high-level member of the US government. We don't know the identity of the target, but we know that their codename was Zeus, and they had a heavy military protection to Rapidan Camp. It's been speculated that the target was the Vice President of the United States. This is believed because the vehicle he was in when he was killed is very similar to cars that are used to escort the President and Vice President. Also, the assassin who killed him was a man named Harold Osborn, a very obvious nod to Harry Osborn. No, but like, when I was a kid, I accidentally said that Harry Osborn killed the JFK instead of Lee Harvey Oswald at school, and it was just insanely embarrassing. But yeah, his name is a reference to Lee Harvey Oswald, the man who killed JFK in real life. So, an assassin named after the guy who killed JFK would most likely be used in-universe to kill the president. But since we know the president was working with the Enclave and was hiding out when the Great War began, this would have to be the vice president. Further evidence for this is that the president was actually scheduled to visit Rapidan Camp the day of the Great War, but since he was still hiding, he most likely sent the vice president to appear in his absence. A perfect opportunity for an assassination. But why would the president want his VP dead? Well, since the president was a member of the Enclave, perhaps the VP wasn't. And if the vice president somehow survived the Great War, there would probably be some kind of power struggle with the remnant of the US government not knowing who to follow. The president and the Enclave, or the vice president and the non-Enclave government remnant. So the best way to take care of that is with an assassination. So while we don't technically know who Bagman is, it seems very likely that he was the president of the United States, and he ordered the assassination of the vice president only hours before the Great War began. Fallout weapons are based on real weapons. The weapons in the Fallout franchise are all based on real-world weapons. Well, most of them. Some are pretty obvious, like the Fallout 4 submachine gun being based on a hybrid between two different Thompson variants, the M1A1 and the M1928A1. The Chinese assault rifle from Fallout 3 is very clearly designed after the AK-47. The Fallout 3 assault rifle is based on the Heckler & Koch G3. The Lincoln's repeater is based on the Henry 1860. The 9mm pistol in New Vegas is designed after the Browning High Power. The silenced .22 caliber SMG from New Vegas is based on the American 180, and the silenced .22 caliber pistol from New Vegas is based on the Ruger 2245. Then there's weapons that are pretty obviously based on real weapons, but are also really weird. Take, for instance, the radium rifle from Far Harbor, which is based on a Volkssturmgewehr, a rifle from Germany during World War II. I'm not sure if the implication is that the Children of Adam somehow got access to Axis Powers weapons, or if the implication is that they built these rifles from the ground up, and they just so happen to look like Volkssturmgewehr rifles. There's the nail gun from Lonesome Road, which is very clearly designed after the M3 grease gun, which also appears in the game. The assault rifle from Fallout 4 and 76 is very obviously inspired by the Lewis gun, even though the Lewis gun was a light machine gun, not an assault rifle. The combat shotgun from Fallout 3 and 4 is designed after the PPSH-41, an SMG. And then there's the Fat Man, which, while not based directly on a weapon, is heavily inspired by the real-life weapon, the Davy Crockett, a small stationary gun used to fire nukes at close range. Then there's the weapons that are weird combinations of weapons, so they barely look like their real-life counterparts. The 10mm submachine gun from Fallout 3 is a bizarre hybrid between the receiver of a Browning M2HB, the grip of a Thompson, and its overall design based on the Heckler & Koch SMG-2, a prototype SMG intended to be the successor to the MP5. The 25mm grenade APW from the Gunrunner's Arsenal DLC is based on the Remington Model 1100 shotgun, mixed with the barrel of an M79 grenade launcher. The 10mm pistol from Fallout 4 and 76 is a strange hybrid between the prototype pistol, the Walter Volks pistol, and the Desert Eagle. And then there's the missile launcher from Fallout 4, which is heavily designed after an RPG-7 and a PIAT, with the diagonal section behind the muzzle being taken from an MP7. And finally, there are weapons that are based on real weapons, but you can barely tell, like the Gauss rifle from Operation Anchorage, being based on the Lottie L39 anti-tank rifle. And finally, the Gauss rifle from Fallout 4, which is an insanely modified PKM. Scrapped Dead Money endings. New Vegas's DLC, Dead Money, has a couple of scrapped possible endings, and none of them are very happy, though it's Dead Money, so I mean, like, were you expecting something happy? The first cut ending had Father Elijah kill the player, not by detonating his explosive collar, but instead via a gas chamber of sorts. This ending would have had Father Elijah turn the Sierra Madre vault into a gas chamber, and after that, Father Elijah would spend the next few years preparing his plan to unleash the Cloud onto the Mojave to wipe out the NCR. And he succeeds in his plan, and nobody knows where the toxic cloud came from, so Elijah gets away with everything. The second cut ending involved Christine actually getting her revenge on Father Elijah, killing him herself. But there's a small problem. Christine would do this after you treated her poorly throughout the DLC. So she decides not to help you during the quest Heist of the Centuries, and kills Elijah herself while leaving you trapped, leading to the courier dying. And finally, while not a completely new ending, in fact it's not, if all of your companions die in Dead Money, this ending slide was supposed to appear. Stockholm. In Fallout 3, there's an extremely minor character named Stockholm. He's one of the security guards in Megaton, and watches over the main gate. Now, he never leaves his post, and since there's no actual way to get up there, you can't actually talk to him. But if you use NoClip, or you glitch your way up onto the gate, you can interact with him, and funny enough, Bethesda thought about this. So when you talk to him, there's only a single thing that he says to you. That being,
"The more time I spend talking to you, the less I'm spending watching for raiders. How the hell did you get up here anyway?"
So yeah, Bethesda basically calls you out on no-clipping, or glitching. The Dunwich Building and Dunwich Borers. In Fallout 3, there's a building called the Dunwich Building that at first glance doesn't seem all that special. It just seems like your average office building that you can loot. Well, sure, physically that's what it is. But there's something very dark about this building. It's the location of a Lovecraftian old god. Before the Great War, the Dunwich Building was built over a cave system that housed an obelisk dedicated to worshipping the entity Ugg-Qualith, an entity inspired by Lovecraftian old gods. This obelisk is actually the reason why the Dunwich Building was created, as Richard Dunwich, a wealthy businessman and cult leader, bought the land so that his company could act as a front while he messed around with the obelisk. His sister, Constance Blackhall, was also in the cult, and she spread the cult to Point Lookout, while Richard spent most of his time in the caves. Well, trying to get to the caves. Yeah, while he knew that there was an obelisk down in the caves, he only gained access to it on the day of the Great War, so he wasn't really able to do all that much. In fact, we don't even know if he survived the initial blasts. But while his story came to an end, the cult of Ugg-Qualtith continued, as new followers of the cult began investigating the area and worshipping the obelisk. Meanwhile, Constance survived the Great War, and due to her connection with the old god, she lived far longer than a normal person, though she would eventually die when the book that she used to preach her beliefs was stolen from her, and with that, the cult began to slowly die off, until the last remaining member, a man named Obadiah, tried to recover her book, while staying at Constance's old mansion, which he used as a place of sacrifice. And you can actually help him get the book, as the book made its way back to the capital wasteland thanks to a man named Jamie. He and his father found the book, and after failing to sell it in the capital wasteland, his father went insane and died by the obelisk. Jamie would track his father down and would be turned into a feral ghoul by the obelisk. So you can head over to the Dunwich building, kill Jamie, and grab the book. But you can also troll Obadiah and burn the book. Honestly, you probably should do that, because if you give the book to Obadiah, he travels to the Dunwich building and continues doing sacrifices there, so, not very good. But this wasn't the last time Lovecraftian entities were in a Fallout game. In Fallout 4, it's revealed that Richard Dunwich's company had a quarry in the Commonwealth, and you can travel to it, where it's been taken over by the Forged. Now, why was Richard's company, Dunwich Burrows, digging in the Commonwealth? Simple. Richard believed that a temple dedicated to Ugg-Qualtith was buried there, and he was actually right. Eventually, the company would gain access to the temple, which sealed the fates of everyone working there, as the heads-up of the company ordered for all of them to be sacrificed in the temple, and these horrific sacrifices would be preserved as visions inside the temple, visible to anyone who entered. While most of the temple is still buried underground and inaccessible, the cult were able to find an old god artifact, the Krem's Tooth, an old god dagger which can be used by the sole survivor. Finally, in the Fallout pen and paper RPG, there's yet another Ugg-Qualtith obelisk. Remember Adam Whately, the last son of Adam, the guy who turned Sister Dawn into the Great Glowing One? Well, he was trying to find an underground city that was used by the followers of the old gods, known as the Buried City, and he eventually found it underneath the Whately Research Facility, which was an underground government base run by his ancestor, which was built underneath a church in the Glowing Sea. And in this city lies another one of the obelisks, and here the last son of Adam gained the power to control all sorts of monsters and creatures in the surrounding area. Now, before somebody comments, yes, I'm aware Ugg-Qualtith isn't actually a Lovecraftian entity, but instead it's based on the actual Lovecraftian entity, Yog-Sothoth. The Pint-Sized Slasher. The Pint-Sized Slasher is a serial killer that was believed to exist prior to the Great War. The name Pint-Sized Slasher comes from the fact that supposedly this killer was a child. He supposedly committed his attacks in the early 2050s in Washington, D.C. However, his existence was never confirmed. There were murders committed, but the actual child serial killer who wore a clown mask was never actually proven to exist. In fact, he was more of an urban legend that even had costumes sold of him. So, that being said, was the Pint-Sized Slasher real? Honestly, probably not. The story of the Pint-Sized Slasher actually predates the murders. It was often told by parents to their children to behave, as the story went that the Pint-Sized Slasher would only attack kids who misbehaved, and he also lived in a doghouse. My guess is that this was just a story that parents told their kids, and when actual murders began happening, kids started claiming that it was the Pint-Sized Slasher, and eventually, people who had never heard the story before would hear about this killer and would assume that they really did exist and committed these murders. though there is evidence in the Point to Lookout DLC that suggests that he was real. In the Homestead Motel, if you walk into room 1K, you'll be met with an extremely grisly sight. A whole bunch of sacrifices were committed here. There's several skeletons, and just blood everywhere. And in the motel room's bathroom, in the bathtub, there's a pint-sized slasher mask. So, is this the work of the pint-sized slasher? No. The fact that some of the bodies here aren't skeletons is proof that this had to have happened after the Great War. Also in the room, you can find multiple totems that are extremely similar to the totems you can find being used by the swamp folk. And seeing as the swamp folk are descendants of people who worshipped Lovecraftian gods and worked under Constance Blackhall, who did sacrifices both pre- and post-war, this is most likely the end result of a ritual done by the swamp folk. As for the mask, this is most likely one of the Halloween costume versions of the mask that some swamp folk found and wore. Or, since it's with a skeleton, maybe the swamp folk placed the mask over the victim's head as they killed him, believing that it would blindfold them or something. But that's not the end of the pint-sized slasher story just yet. In Fallout 4, there's a Creation Club DLC that actually adds the pint-sized slasher into the game. The story in this club content is that hundreds of years into the apocalypse, a self-hating ghoul took up the identity of the pint-sized slasher and began killing ghouls in the Commonwealth. So if you want to consider Creation Club content canon, I guess the pint-sized slasher really did exist, just hundreds of years after he supposedly did his thing.
You wipe up after breakfast. You wipe up after lunch. But after dinner, when you clean up, shine up too, with Johnson's Jubilee, the cleaner that shines up as it cleans up. Jubilee gets things shining clean, leaves no dull liquid cleaner film, no dry cleanser grit. Jubilee puts down a protective wax shine that makes the next wipe up easier. Try Johnson's Jubilee, the cleaner that shines up as it cleans up.
Vault 76 in Fallout 3 and 4. Unlike Fallout 3 and 4's starting vaults, Vault 101 and Vault 111, Vault 76 was actually mentioned in-universe before its debut. For starters, in Fallout 3, in the Citadel, you can find a terminal that mentions Vault 76, which reveals that the vault was planned to be opened only 20 years after the Great War. Though this was later retconned for 76, as in the game, it's revealed that Vault 76 was opened 25 years after the Great War. But that's not all. In the Mothership Zeta DLC, you can find an audio recording of a Vault-Tec executive named Giles Wollstonecroft, who was overseeing the construction of Vault 76. Why is this recording in an alien spaceship? What do you think? Bro got abducted after the aliens landed to investigate the construction of Vault 76.
I was inspecting the construction site of Vault 76 when I was captured what I can only assume are alien beings from another world. On behalf of the Vault-Tec Corporation, I'd like to extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Wait, you don't need that. Wait!
And finally, in Fallout 4, Vault 76 is revealed to have been finished in 2076, as this is mentioned on a news report in the game's prologue. With Vault 76 being mentioned in previous games, and the fact that there's a synth quest in Fallout 3, I wonder if there's any small bit of lore in Fallout 4 or 76 that's gonna set up the events of Fallout 5. The Lake Mead Monster. In Fallout New Vegas, there's a cryptid of sorts that fans of the series thought was real back when the game released. The Lake Mead Monster is some kind of monster located in Lake Mead. Go figure. The only evidence of it being real is from Mr. New Vegas, who mentions the monster on the radio, talking about how a bunch of people claim to have seen some kind of giant creature emerge from the lake. So, is the Lake Mead monster real? No. This video game cryptid was born from kids playing New Vegas back in the day, not understanding the joke. See, this radio message only plays after you complete the quest Volaire, which, for those that don't know, is a quest that ends with you raising a B-29 bomber plane out of Lake Mead. So, no, there is no Lake Mead monster. Some people in the Mojave, who have never seen planes before, saw the B-29 bomber plane rise up from the lake and jumped to the conclusion that it was a monster. Bill Clinton was going to play John Eden. Yes, you heard right. Bill Clinton, the former US president, was going to play John Eden in Fallout 3. Kinda. The Zax AI, known as John Henry Eden, is the leader of the Enclave around the time of Fallout 3, and was treated as the President of the United States. So, in order to go along with the whole president thing, the company responsible for Fallout 3's voice acting, Blindlight, contacted Bill Clinton and asked him to voice Eden. It's unknown if Bill Clinton actually saw this request, but we do know that his attorneys did, and they replied to Blindlight with a very simple and straight to the point, "No thank you." Doctor Who. In the original Fallout, there's a special encounter that allows you to hang out with the Doctor from the Doctor Who franchise. And by hang out, I mean you don't actually see the Doctor. You instead find the Doctor's blue police call box, aka the TARDIS, his time and space traveling machine. Unfortunately, you can't actually enter the TARDIS, as when you approach it, the TARDIS simply teleports away. But you do get a motion sensor out of this special encounter, so that's something, I guess. I wonder what the Doctor was even doing here in the first place. If he came to save the world from nuclear destruction, then, well, he's a bit late. Live at Best Buy. On October 14th, 2010, in order to promote Fallout New Vegas, Best Buy held a live stream with Josh Sawyer, going over a quest in the game. The live stream was intended to not only promote the game, but also get some inside information about the game, as Josh Sawyer would be answering questions about the game's development, along with other things regarding the game. The live stream was hosted at liveatbestbuy.com/Fallout, which nowadays just redirects to the Best Buy website. Unfortunately, nothing from this live stream has been archived. The only other thing that we know about this live stream was that former Obsidian writer and producer Tess Treadwell was at the event as well. We only know this from some forum posts. While it's unlikely that any exclusive info came out of this live stream, this is a piece of Fallout history that's lost to time. Side note, this isn't related, but I found an article talking about a midnight release event for Fallout 3 at Best Buy, and the article states, quote, "Best Buy stores at strategic nuclear targets locations will be holding midnight openings for Fallout 3 next Monday night." Best Buy stores at strategic nuclear targets is a phrase I didn't know I needed in my life. Exodus. Released in 2008 by Glutton Creeper Games, Exodus is a pen and paper RPG taking place in a post-apocalyptic United States in the year 2042. In December 2012, as predicted by the Mayans, the world ended, but not from natural disasters, but instead by nuclear hellfire. Humanity fled into bunkers and hid in them for 20 years, before returning to the surface to start anew. Sounds pretty similar to the Fallout series, right? Well, that's because this was a Fallout game. In 2006, Glutton Creeper Games bought the rights to make a Fallout pen and paper RPG from Interplay, which should ring off some alarm bells for you, because around this time, Interplay was making Fallout Online, while Bethesda were working on Fallout 3. And due to Bethesda owning the rights to make Fallout games, minus an MMO, they contacted Glutton Creeper Games and told them that Interplay didn't actually have the legal right to give them the license to make a Fallout pen and paper RPG. And so they lost the license, but instead of scrapping all of the work they had done, the devs reworked the game into Exodus. Barking Lasers. In November 2008, only a few days after the release of Fallout 3, a rumor began spreading amongst the Fallout fanbase about a really funny glitch. If you hit dog meat while you have the Paralyzing Palm perk, you can access his inventory, which has an infinite amount of storage. And for some reason, if you place the unique laser rifle, the Wazer rifle, into his inventory, Dogmeat will actually shoot the weapon through his mouth, with his mouth opening animation playing while it happens, so it looks like he's barking out lasers. This barking lasers rumor was pretty popular back in the day, with a bunch of people believing it. But obviously, this isn't real. Be funny if it was, though. Surprisingly, as far as I've seen, there hasn't actually been a mod that makes this rumor a reality yet. The Basin Creek Building. The Basin Creek Building, at first glance, just seems like a very standard-looking office building in New Vegas. And it is. If you don't know the real-life backstory to it. You see, the Basin Creek Building is filled with giant ants. There's also a flooding bathroom that you can't enter. There's also some lore behind the building that reveals the building had a bunch of strange occurrences prior to the Great War, including a rat dying in one of the walls, a car crashing into the building, and an ant infestation that seems to be the origin of the giant ants roaming the halls of the building. The Basin Creek Building is actually a reference to a real-life office building used by Obsidian, and every single weird thing that happened in this building actually happened in that office in real life, including the ant infestation, the bathroom flooding, a car crashing into the building, and a rat dying inside the walls. Dog treats. Dog treats, or doggy treats, are one of the rarest items in all of New Vegas. There's only a single one in the base game. You can find it on the floor in an abandoned shack near the Yangtze Memorial. Old World Blues introduces another doggy treat. This one can be found in a dog bowl in the X-13 research facility. The doggy treats only have a value of a single cap and take up one weight. So why is this item in the game? Simple, you can give it to one of the dogs in New Vegas, and is actually used in a quest for Rex. Except, I'm lying. Despite it being called a doggy treat, you can't actually give it to any dog in the game, and it's not used in any quest. So I ask again, why is this item in the game? I have no idea. The only thing I can think of is that maybe it's a remnant of some kind of cut quest. Maybe there was an alternate way to get a dog brain in the quest Nothing But a Hound Dog, where you could use the dog treat to lure in a dog so that you can take its brain. This is just speculation. I have no evidence for this. The Intelligent Deathclaws were supposed to have a happy ending. The Intelligent Deathclaws living in Vault 13 in Fallout 2 are fan-favorite characters. For those that don't know, the Intelligent Deathclaws are a group of Deathclaws that were exposed to FEV, which led to them gaining human-level intelligence, and they even spoke. They were created by the Enclave, who did this experiment to see if they could create Deathclaw soldiers. While the Intelligent Deathclaws worked with the Enclave for a bit, they quickly came to the conclusion that the Enclave are evil, so they bailed.
Nah, forget that, man, you're evil.
They're pretty cool characters that sadly end up dying by the end of the game, as no matter what you do, the vault will be invaded by the Enclave, who wipe them out. The only two intelligent Deathclaws that can survive the game are Gorus, a companion, and Zarn, an intelligent Deathclaw that you can free from a prison in Navarro. There is an intelligent Deathclaw in Fallout Shelter Online, a female Deathclaw named Cura, but since that game's canonicity is up in the air, I don't know if she's actually canon or not. But anyways, the Intelligent Deathclaws were supposed to have an optional happy ending. If you fix Vault 13's computer and kill Dr. Schreber, the massacre would be avoided, and the Deathclaws and their human friends living in the vault not only thrive, but they decide to peacefully expand their territory. This ending was supposed to be in the final release, but due to some scripting errors, it's impossible to do this in vanilla Fallout 2. In order to actually access this ending, you'll need a fan patch. Vault 75. Vault 75 is one of the most messed up vaults in the franchise, which is saying quite a lot. Built underneath a middle school, Vault 75 was advertised by Vault Tech as a safe haven for the children who went to the school. And on a technicality, I guess it was in regards to the nukes, but after those nukes dropped, this safe haven became anything but. As while the kids were sent into the vault, the kids' parents and teachers were brought into another room and executed. And it only got worse. Vault 75's experiment was essentially Vault Tech playing eugenics, and messing with the kids via things like hormonal treatments and forcing them to breed with select others. They even took human embryos from them and genetically modified them. Like I said, eugenics. They also put the kids through insane exercising routines, so extreme that some kids literally died of heart attacks because of how hard they were being pushed. And it gets even worse, as you can tell, the kids weren't exactly viewed as people, but instead livestock, as when the children reached the age of 18, they would be recruited into the Vault's science team if they were smart enough. And that's the only way you would be able to survive. As if you didn't have the proper brain power, but you were strong, or fast, or resilient, you would have your organs harvested. And if you didn't have the smarts or strength, you would just be executed. Eventually, the Vault's experiments would come to an end when one of the kids sentenced to be executed escaped and exposed the truth to the others. So a revolt happened and they escaped. Sacred Head of the Vault Dweller. In Fallout 2, there's a special encounter in which you can find a very large stone monument in the shape of a head. It's a one-to-one replica of the Vault Dweller's head statue that you can find in Aurora, but unlike that stone statue, this one talks, and he's pretty stubborn.
You give me gum gum.
I give you gum gum?
You do dum dum, you give me gum gum.
Gee, okay. You know what? I have no gum gum, sorry. And my name isn't Dum Dum. My name's Larry.
No, your name Dum Dum.
When you meet him, he'll ask who you are, and if you tell him that you're the Chosen One, he'll tell you that you're lying. You then have to argue with him for 12 in-game hours. And after that 12 hours, he finally accepts the fact that you're the Chosen One, and decides to give you a chunk of himself, which is, a bit morbid. This sentient stone head is also magical, which, yeah, that makes sense. It's a talking rock, so, that tracks. If you try and steal from Rocco and get caught, he'll get angry and set the Chosen One on fire, killing them almost instantly. Three Dogs Ghost Glitch. Three Dog is a minor character in Fallout 3 that has a pretty big presence, as he's the host of Galaxy News Radio, so if you listen to the radio in Fallout 3, you're gonna hear him a lot. That being said, you can actually kill him. Since most of his messages on the radio are pre-recorded, you'd probably think that this wouldn't really impact the game, but that's not true. Instead of playing his pre-recorded messages, Galaxy News Radio will have Three Dog's assistant, Margaret, take over his job, but all she really says is that Three Dog was murdered. However, there's a glitch in the game that has some pretty spooky implications. After you kill Three Dog, on rare occasions, his non-pre-recorded messages will play. These are the messages where he reads off the news, and what the player has done. It'll then switch back to normal, and the next time you hear a message from the radio, it'll just be Margaret saying that Three Dog was murdered. It's a pretty spooky glitch, but because it's a glitch, this isn't canon. But if Fallout 3 ever does get a remaster, I hope they keep this glitch, because it basically makes Three Dog's ghost haunt the radio station. The Slanter. The Slanter are a scrapped creature from the original Fallout. The best way I can describe them is that they're basically Ewoks but raccoons. These little guys were created by infecting raccoons with the FEV. This gave them human-level intelligence, and morphed their bodies to primarily walk on their hind legs. These critters were created by the US Army prior to the Great War, and most of them escaped the facility housing them, only to then be hunted down and killed. Luckily for them, 4 of them managed to escape and survive the Great War, and by the time of the original Fallout, they would have created a village called the Burrows that the Vault Dweller could visit. They were also extremely religious, due to some misunderstandings about the stories that were told by the 4 original Slanters. While their culture was pretty well detailed, it was decided to scrap them from the game due to both Tim Kaine and Chris Taylor believing that, while they're pretty neat, they didn't really fit with the Fallout universe. Except, they weren't actually scrapped. Well, they were, but there's a holodisc in the original Fallout that mentions the story of raccoons being experimented on with FEV prior to the war, and how 4 of them escaped captivity. So these guys could actually still be around. The Professor's Rad Scorpion and Seymour. The intelligent Deathclaws aren't the only intelligent creature featured in Fallout 2. In Broken Hills, you can find an unnamed scientist just referred to as the Professor, who's been experimenting on animals in an attempt at giving them a higher level of intelligence. His 2 greatest creations are a fully sentient plant that can talk, named Seymour, an obvious reference to Little Shop of Horrors, and a rad scorpion who can't talk but is explicitly mentioned to be extremely intelligent. How intelligent? It can play chess, wear glasses, speak using Morse code, and is pretty peaceful. That is, unless you beat it in chess, then it goes on a rampage. I guess bro has anger issues. But anyways, Seymour just chills out in a garden nearby. The Professor actually doesn't even know that Seymour is sentient, as Seymour pretended to just be a normal plant in order to be allowed outside. He's actually extremely smart, and even knows a lot about philosophy. Lucy Grandchester. In Nuka World, you can find a little girl named Lucy Grandchester just chilling out in the Grandchester Mystery Mansion. This is because this was her home prior to the Great War. Years prior to the Great War, her and her family lived there in peace, until the family all died, except for Lucy. And after that, the mansion was turned into a tourist attraction associated with the nearby Nuka World. So you're probably now wondering, how is Lucy still around if all of this happened years prior to the Great War? Well, it's pretty simple. She's dead. The Lucy that you find in the mansion is her ghost. And I also forgot to mention that Lucy is the one responsible for her family's deaths. You see, Lucy and her family didn't actually live in peace. They all hated each other. Lucy's parents were both pretty old when they had her, and her mom nearly died during childbirth, and her father never wanted a kid, so he hated her. Lucy was also a bit twisted, as her favorite hobby was killing and skinning animals. Realizing that something was wrong with her, her parents came to the conclusion that she was possessed. So her dad tried beating the demon out of her. When this obviously didn't work, a psychic was brought in and tried to exorcise her. But this didn't work, because she wasn't possessed. She was just crazy. Lucy would then attempt to kill her family several times, via poison, pushing them down the stairs, and stabbing them with rusty spikes. So one day, her dad tried to kill her. Big mistake, though, because Lucy killed him in self-defense, and would later kill her mother. When asked who was responsible, she said that her doll did it. So, obviously, she was locked up in an asylum. A few days after her 18th birthday, she would escape from the asylum and returned to her home, and would Avengers Endgame herself in the attic. So, yeah, it's no wonder why she became a ghost. Funny enough, there's an ex-gunner who lives in the mansion who doesn't seem to realize that there's a ghost living with him. Guardian of Forever. In Fallout 2, there's a special encounter that has you find a strange monument in the middle of the wasteland. Upon approaching it, the monument will begin to glow and reveal itself as a time machine. If you enter the time machine, you'll be brought back in time to Vault 13, before the events of the original Fallout. There, you can loot the Solar Scorcher weapon, and more importantly, break Vault 13's water chip. As you can probably guess, this special encounter has you travel back in time in order to kickstart the events of the original Fallout, which in turn creates the events of Fallout 2, and the Chosen One even existing. Some like to consider this special encounter as canon, but there's really nothing suggesting that this is canon, especially since that this entire special encounter is actually just a reference to the Star Trek episode The City on the Edge of Forever, which features Kirk and Spock finding a portal called the Guardian of Forever, and it looks identical to the one in Fallout 2. The Sea of Tranquility battle. In Fallout 4, there's a very brief piece of lore that's just kind of skimmed over. When you enter the Museum of Freedom, you'll see murals of all sorts of battles that the United States took part in. You got your standard World War II and Civil War murals, but then you have one of them that's on the moon. Known as the Sea of Tranquility battle, as it took place in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon, this was a full-on US military operation that took place on the moon. And unfortunately, that's literally all we know about it. Sometime prior to the Great War, there was a battle on the moon. Who were the Americans fighting? China? Russia? Germany? Aliens? Nobody knows. The only thing that we do know is that the museum refers to this battle as one of the many battles in which Americans fought and died for to secure the United States' freedom. Vault 112. In Fallout 3, you can find Vault 112 underneath Smith Casey's garage. And unlike other vaults, Vault 112 is actually fairly small, and by extension was only able to house 85 people. So, why was this vault so small? Well, that's because of the experiment. You see, instead of just chilling out in the vault, the people living in the vault would enter a virtual reality where they would live out their wildest dreams. But there's a twist, because of course there's a twist. The guy in charge of the virtual reality was a man named Dr. Braun, who was actually the guy who created the Gek devices. And unfortunately for the Vault Dwellers, this dude was insane. He was basically God in these virtual realities, and would kill each Vault Dweller several times, but would wipe their memory so that they would never know that they actually died. Basically, every single person in the vault was his personal toy. He could do whatever he wanted with them, and literally nobody could stop him. Except the player. He did this for over 200 years, creating 3 different realities over this period of time. Now, you're probably wondering, how can he still be alive after 200 years? Hell, how could anyone in the vault be alive after 200 years? Well, that's the neat part. They're kinda not. They've been in the virtual reality for so long that their minds are basically stuck in there. If they were removed from the machine, that would instantly kill their bodies, which are only being kept alive with machines. Which can happen, as the player can free them from Braun's simulation by activating a failsafe in the virtual reality, or you can just leave them with Braun and help Braun torture them. Your call, no pressure. Cafe of Broken Dreams. In Fallout 2, there's a special encounter in which you can find a pretty neat little hangout area called the Cafe of Broken Dreams. It's actually a one-to-one recreation of the Maltese Falcon from the original game, and that's not the only reference to the original game you can find here, as 3 characters from the original game appear here: Tandy, Dogmeat, and Set, which means that Fallout 2 Dogmeat is the only non-canonical companion in the entire mainline Fallout series. Tandy also appears as her Fallout 1 self instead of her much older Fallout 2 design. And speaking of designs, in the original 2 Fallout games, you had some pre-built designs that you could choose to play as, and whichever designs you didn't choose in Fallout 2 will show up in the cafe as random characters. And speaking of characters, a character named Mel will show up to fight you if you attack Dogmeat, a reference to Mad Max 2, as Mel Gibson was the actor who played Max. According to the Fallout 2 strategy guide, this cafe exists outside of time, and is home to people from different timelines. Timelines where they were the chosen one, or timelines where they lived in the first place. This entire special encounter is a reference to the painting Boulevard of Broken Dreams, a famous painting by Gottfried Helnwein depicting a diner housing various dead celebrities, including Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, and James Dean. Glowing Sea Unmarked Locations. The Glowing Sea from Fallout 4 is a nightmare to travel through. It's an insanely irradiated area filled with some of the most powerful creatures in the Commonwealth, from rad scorpions to deathclaws. You either need a suit of power armor or a hazmat suit in order to travel the area without dying of radiation. Luckily, there's not too many important locations in the Glowing Sea for the player to go to. But notice what I said. Important locations. There's a ton of unmarked locations in the Glowing Sea that don't really serve much of a purpose, other than just being there to add to the aesthetics of the Glowing Sea. There's a super duper marked that's nearly buried in rubble. You can enter the parking garage underneath it and battle the swarm of feral ghouls living in there, along with a Deathclaw who's just chilling out in the basement. There's a red rocket station that's also nearly covered in rubble. It features a safe you can crack, and surprisingly, the inside of the station is free of radiation. There's a destroyed bus that's basically sinking into the ground, and you can enter the remains of the bus and find some loot in the chest and suitcases inside. There's also a few weird locations in the Glowing Sea that may as well be unmarked locations, as while they do appear on the map, there's like nothing there. For example, there's the Forgotten Church, which is only barely on the game's map. There's nothing here except for some loot, and a Deathclaw that spawns when you enter it, and probably the strangest location in the entire game in my opinion is the Vertibird wreckage. This is exactly what it sounds like, the wreckage of a crashed Vertibird, but there's nothing here. No enemies, no loot, nothing to interact with. Why is this location marked on the map? There's literally nothing here. Some of these locations in the Glowing Sea have had stuff added to them with the Creation Club. For example, the Super Duper Mart has a unique hazmat suit and a submachine gun, thanks to the Creation Club DLC, Sea Scavengers. Chased by Chicken. Here's a real quick one. In Fallout 76, there's a random encounter that has you discover a random dude who's being chased by a chicken. Normally, chickens in Fallout 76 can't fight people, they can only run away from combat. But this chicken is, I don't know, presumably different. It can't attack you, but it sure as hell wants to attack this dude. If you kill the chicken and save the man, you don't actually get anything, but the guy does thank you for saving him from the monster. What happened to trigger this chicken into trying to kill this guy is anyone's guess. But we do know that he's not like the chicken guy from the show, because he hates chickens.
It's just, the guy was f***ing my chickens.
Fallout: The Frontier. Remember at the beginning of the video when I said I wouldn't be covering mods besides one exception? Well, this is that exception. Fallout: The Frontier, released in January of 2021, is a mod for New Vegas that might be the most controversial Fallout mod ever made. At first glance, the mod seems insanely cool. Over 100 new quests, a completely new map that's almost the size of the Mojave, 3 main campaigns, thousands of lines of new dialogue, drivable vehicles. It's an insanely impressive mod that took over 7 years to develop. The problem that people have with the mod isn't from any of these pieces of content. Well, there are those who are against drivable vehicles in Fallout, but besides that, the problem that people have with the Frontier is... well, okay, let's break this down. There's 3 main issues people have with it. Issue 1, the fetish material. Let's just get this one out of the way first. There's some stuff in the mod that is very obviously fetish material, which, look, if you were going to make a fetish mod, that's one thing. I don't think people would get mad over that. But to sneakily add fetish stuff to a very large and anticipated mod is another thing entirely. Some of these things include the Trochili, an underground society of snake people that, at first glance, seem actually pretty cool. Until you find out that they're obsessed with breeding with people. Something that you can actually do with their queen. You can also bang a Deathclaw. Not even an intelligent Deathclaw from Fallout 2, just a straight-up Deathclaw, a non-sentient Deathclaw. And then there's America, a companion in the game who talks about... a companion in the game who talks about her stinky feet. I also need to mention that there's actually a misconception that people have spread about the mod that she's a minor. That's not true, and never has been true. There's been conflicting statements from people involved in the mod that mention her age being from 18 to 21. So, no, the mod doesn't sexualize a minor. This probably came from the fact that originally you could enslave her, and she would be referred to as a little slave girl. According to the developers, this was just a way to humiliate her. It wasn't actually saying she was a little girl. Issue 2, the writing. Where do I begin? There's May Caulfield, a parody of stereotypical Tumblr users in the 2010s. She loves drawing adult drawings, hates men, and talks about how she's super hyped to bang people when she's an adult. Yes, she's a minor. The game doesn't let you join the Enclave because they're fascists, but lets you play as the Legion and sell people into slavery. There's various references to memes. For example, in the companion Bolt's perk description, it mentions how Bolt loves his owner Wrench a lot. Maybe a bit too much. People thought that this was suggesting that Wrench bangs Bolt, or I guess the other way around. But no, it's just a reference to the movie Love on a Leash, which was a meme for a while. It was removed from the game shortly after release because of this misconception. There's very few actual choices in the campaign, so they're pretty linear. The Enclave have a space station, which, to be fair, is something from Van Buren. People constantly refer to you as the Courier, and the NCR treat you like you're some kind of demigod. YouTuber Jim Sterling gets a reference in the mod as a guy who, Avengers Endgamed himself. The mod also straight up rips scenes and lines of dialogue from pieces of media, like Dead Space, Spec Ops The Line, System Shock, Call of Duty 4, Black Hawk Down, Fury, Metal Gear Solid 5, and most infamously, Wolfenstein The New Order, in which a scene, like just pretty much straight up is just taken from the game. Issue 3, the gameplay. Most of the Frontier plays like a Call of Duty campaign, with multiple straight-up turret sections. This is especially prevalent in the NCR campaign. There's also drivable vehicles, which, while impressive, were controversial, especially the spaceship. Oh, right, there's a Star Wars-like spaceship dogfight in the game. Oh yeah, and remember the 3 campaigns I mentioned? You probably thought that I meant 3 main quest lines. No, I meant campaigns. You choose which campaign to do at the main menu, like you're playing a Call of Duty game. There's also QuickTime events in the mod, which is absolutely insane. There's also a bunch of cutscenes, which is pretty weird for a Fallout game. So, yeah, Fallout the Frontier was pretty controversial, to put it lightly. and was even taken off the internet for a few, but has since been re-released. A remake of The Frontier is currently in development, called The New Frontier, which, look, as bad as The Frontier was, I do hope that the remake is good. Now, am I gonna get my hopes up? No, absolutely not. The Cannibals of Fallout. The Fallout series is no stranger to monsters, even the most terrifying monster of them all, man. And you, because technically you can be a cannibal in Fallout 3, New Vegas, 4, and 76. Anyways, here's a quick rundown on most of the cannibals in the franchise. In the original Fallout, there's the characters Gretch and Doc Morbid, which is a very fitting name. Now technically, we don't know for a fact that these guys are cannibals, but they do work with them, as they have a side gig of butchering people and turning them into iguana bits. Yup, in case you didn't know, iguana bits in the first 2 Fallout games are actually made out of people, not iguana. In Fallout 2, you can fight groups of feral cannibals, but none of them are actually characters. In Fallout 3, we're introduced to our first cannibal society, which is an insane thing to say, but it's true. In Andale, you can find a nice little family just chilling out having a nice old time. This is the Smith family, consisting of Jack, Linda, and Junior Smith, and Bill and Jenny Wilson. When you start talking to them, Jack will reveal some fun facts about himself. He's Republican, he loves his family, hates liberal communists, and loves eating people. These guys are at the center of the unmarked quest Our Little Secret, in which you can discover their cannibalistic secret and kill the adults, saving the capital wasteland from these freaks, while sending their kids to live with the only normal person in town, Old Man Harris. Or you can let them keep eating people. I mean, how else are you gonna get Smith's famous meat pie? Gross. Fallout 3 also features gangs of leather-armored hunters who seem like normal hunters at first, until you realize that they're actually cannibal hunters. And no, they don't hunt cannibals. They hunt for cannibals, and actually partake in cannibalism. It is morally correct to kill these guys whenever you see them. Then there's the Swamp Folk, who are mutated humans from the Point Lookout DLC. They're the followers of Constance Blackhall, and while they're not known for it, you can find human flesh in their inventory and homes, so these Lovecraftian old god-worshipping mutant hillbillies are in fact cannibals, which, I mean, isn't that shocking? I would actually be more shocked if they weren't. Next up is probably the most famous group of cannibals in Fallout, the White Glove Society from New Vegas. The White Glove Society is a very fancy group who run a casino in New Vegas. They're highly respected and feared because while they're pretty good at generating cash on the strip, a few people know of their past. You see, they used to be a cannibalistic tribe that was given sanctuary in New Vegas to run a casino, on the condition that they don't eat people anymore. And while some have kept to this agreement, not all of them have, and have been kidnapping people from outside of Vegas in order to eat them. You can actually confront the White Glove Society in one of my favorite quests in the game, Beyond the Beef. You can take down the White Glove Society, convince them to stop eating people, or you could encourage them and even join them. New Vegas also features the raider group, the Jackals, who were actually cut from the very first Fallout game, and were even going to appear in Van Buren and Brotherhood of Steel 2. And, yeah, they're cannibals. In Fallout 4, there's actually no cannibal characters. There are raiders and even some trappers from the Far Harbor DLC who are shown to be cannibals, but there's no actual named cannibal in the game. Finally, in Fallout 76, there's quite a few random cannibals that you can find out in the wasteland. There's the Gormans, a group that I actually mentioned earlier. They were the group led by Morris Stevens, who eventually became a Wendigo, but all of them are dead by the time of the game, besides Stevens. Except, like, wait, would being a Wendigo count as being alive? Then there's Maximum Maddie, who's a slave fighting in a bunch of tournaments at the Watoga Civic Center. She gets trolled, though, and is killed during a fight. But don't feel too bad. Not only is she a cannibal, she ate children. She exclusively ate children. And finally, there's a small group of cannibals who work at the Mountainside Bed and Breakfast, where they kill those who rent rooms and eat them in the basement. The owners of the bed and breakfast are aware of these guys, but can't actually do anything about it, as they're essentially being held prisoner by them. If they act out, or try to escape, they'll get eaten too. Although I don't really know their long-term game plan here, because, like, the cannibals are obviously going to turn on them one day, so I don't know.
Are you glad we asked you to come over and try it?
Yeah, very much so. This doesn't taste like the usual cornflakes. It's a little crisper, if you want to call it that. I mean, it's...
Eat a lot of cereal at home? Your family?
Well, I have 5 children, yes.
You think your kids are like this?
Yeah, there was enough of it. I think my kids would go for it.
New post-puffed cornflakes. Puffed to be crisper than plain cornflakes.
Fallout 3 injured Matthew Perry. Matthew Perry was well known in the Fallout fanbase for voicing Benny in New Vegas, a role that he seemed to really enjoy doing, as not only is Benny a really fun character, but Matthew Perry was actually a huge fan of the Fallout franchise before getting the call to play Benny. As revealed in an interview on the show The View, Matthew Perry revealed that he played Fallout 3 so much he eventually had to go to a hand doctor to get injections in his hand due to his hands getting injured while playing it so much. He would later tell this story again on The Ellen Show, where he promoted the game. He also reveals that he's not being paid to promote the game and has absolutely nothing to do with the game. He's just that big of a fan. He also signed a copy of the game and an Xbox 360 and gave it to Ellen. I'm sure no, she didn't actually play it. There's no way she played it. Black Isles Fallout 4. So everyone talks about Black Isles' canceled third Fallout game, Van Buren, but nobody ever talks about their canceled fourth Fallout game. That's probably because not much work was actually done on it. A lot of fans don't even know that a fourth Black Isle Fallout game was even in discussions, but yeah, it was. The only time it was ever mentioned in public was in an interview with Black Isle Studios designer Sean K. Reynolds in August of 2004. When asked what places would players have visited in Van Buren, Reynolds responded saying, quote, "It takes place in the American Southwest, Arizona, Nevada, Colorado, and Utah. The westernmost sites of the game map are the easternmost borders of the NCR, and problems with the NCR have a lot to do with what's going on in the game. There are references to the Midwest. For a while, there was a significant faction from the Midwest in the game, but when we realized the size and story had gotten too big, we cut them out, but left some links in to make an easier transition to Fallout 4. What was this faction that was meant to play a huge role in Fallout 4? Well, that was supposed to be Caesar's Legion. Most of the Caesar's Legion stuff found in developer documents for Van Buren were actually going to be cut from the game and were planned to be in Fallout 4. And that's literally everything we know about this cancelled game. Rad Roaches in New Vegas. Starting in Fallout Tactics, the Rad Roach is one of the most common enemy creatures found in the Fallout series. Appearing in every single game since Tactics, besides Brotherhood of Steel, even appearing in the Fallout TV show. Now, some of you might be confused by what I just said, because there's no Rad Roaches in vanilla New Vegas. Well, that's where you're wrong. While Rad Roaches are extremely common in Fallout 3, 4, and 76, in New Vegas, they're the rarest enemy in the entire game. There's only 5 of them in the entire game. 4 of the 5 Rad Roaches in the game can actually be found in the Basin Creek building. Yeah, that's another thing special about that building. It houses 4 of the last radroaches in the Mojave, and then there's the one radroach by itself being chased by a gecko north of Prim. Funny enough, despite them being super rare, radroach meat is actually fairly common in the game. I like to think that this means that humanity has literally hunted radroaches to the brink of extinction in the Mojave. Before I move on, I do need to mention the irradiated radroach. This is a cut variant of the radroach that was basically the same as the standard radroach, but it dealt radiation damage. It being cut from the game implies that there were supposed to be more radroaches in the final game, but were nearly all cut. The President of the United States was impeached for jaywalking. In Fallout 2, there's a holodisk that you can find in the Sierra Army Depot's command center. It's a transcript of some pre-war Galaxy News Network radio broadcasts. At first glance, this doesn't really seem all that important, and it's not. But there's some interesting things in this holodisk. Namely, the reveal that in February of 2075, Congress in the House of Representatives decided to impeach the President of the United States for jaywalking. Yes, jaywalking. This happened only a day after the annexation of Canada, so many people in-universe believed that this was the government trying to distract the general public from the horrors that went on during the annexation. Sadly, while the president being impeached for jaywalking is pretty funny, it's probably not canon. Fallout loreheads probably caught it just a second ago, but this holodisk claims that the annexation of Canada happened in February of 2075, when in actuality it happened in June 2072. Not only that, but this holodisk also mentions that China invaded the US in 2077, when that's also not true. They invaded in 2066. And finally, it mentions that the United Nations is around in 2077, but that doesn't make any sense, because we know that in the Fallout universe, the United Nations disbanded in July of 2052. The developers of the game actually caught this after the game released, and it's mentioned in the Fallout Bible that they planned on decanonizing this transcript. While they never got a chance to actually do that, with how much the holodisk breaks canon, it can be assumed that it's not canon, which sadly means that the president wasn't impeached for jaywalking. The Courier's quest for ice cream. One of the funniest things to do in earlier Fallout games was doing low intelligence runs. Basically, you set your intelligence to be as low as possible and to try to beat the game. Gameplay-wise, this doesn't really change much, but you do get some really funny dialogue options, especially in New Vegas. Here's my favorite one.
Passing Brotherhood secrets to outsiders is the lowest form of treason. What have you got to say for yourself? Did you just... How dare you belch in the face of a paladin of the Brotherhood of Steel? In the name of the Elder, I hereby sentence you to death.
Anyways, according to Obsidian narrative designer Natai Padar, during the development of New Vegas, Obsidian had the idea to make the courier's goal in the game looking for ice cream if you played with extremely low intelligence. However, this idea was cut due to time constraints placed on the team. But this idea would go on to inspire something else in a future game. Years later, in the criminally underrated The Outer Worlds, also made by Obsidian, it was decided to pay tribute to this cut idea and have the option to reveal that the game's protagonist was too busy thinking about getting ice cream to pay attention to the game's plot. This dialogue option is only in the game if you have low intelligence.
Third floor access is for executives only. Please identify. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Icewind Dale. Released in June of 2000 and developed by Black Isle Studios, Icewind Dale is a top-down RPG set in a fantasy world inspired by the Icewind Dale novel trilogy. They're inspired by them. They're actually not an adaptation, nor do they even take place in the same continuity. It received a sequel, an expansion, and even a remaster. It's a cult classic, but what does it have to do with Fallout? Well, it was originally supposed to be a Fallout game. According to Fergus Urquhart, immediately after the release of Fallout 2, Black Isle Studios got to work on Fallout 3, but not Van Buren. This would have been a completely different take on a third Fallout game that presumably would have played very similar to how Icewind Dale ended up. So, why did this game get cancelled and morphed into Icewind Dale? Well, that's because of Baldur's Gate. At the time this game was being developed, the original Baldur's Gate was insanely popular, and because Interplay were having some financial problems around that time, they decided to take advantage of this interest in fantasy games, and told Black Isle Studios to turn their game into a fantasy game. Johnny Five Aces. In New Vegas, if you have the Wild Wasteland trait, and head over to the cliffside near Good Springs Source, you'll find a dead person named Johnny. Without any context, this just seems like a completely nothing part of the game. However, this is actually a very deep-cut reference to a character named Johnny, aka Five Aces, from a game pitch called the Zyborn Clock. This was an extremely ambitious RPG Maker game that was in development for a single month in the 2000s. It was abandoned in part due to the game being mocked relentlessly online, especially the Something Awful forums. It was mocked because the game just didn't really make any sense. Like, the game was about time travel, and how this game's time travel worked was really weird. It was described as, quote, "When the object enters the time stream, time begins to correct itself. Let me use this example. Imagine 4 balls on the edge of a cliff. Say a direct copy of the ball nearest to the cliff is sent back to the front of the line of balls, and it takes the place of the first ball. The formerly first ball becomes the second becomes the third, and the fourth falls off the cliff. Time works the same way." I don't really know what that means. Maybe I'm stupid. I don't know. The game also had a bunch of drama surrounding it, thanks to the almost 50 people involved in the project arguing with each other over story details and adding more and more plots into the game. Todd Howard is amazing in everything his hands touch. No kidding. Todd Howard is a rather infamous person in the gaming industry. He's an executive producer and game director for Bethesda, and has been involved in the developments of Fallout 3, 4, 76, Elder Scrolls 2, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, and Fallout 5, which will be his final game, according to the man himself. He's very notable and infamous for his many quotes, in which he exaggerates a whole bunch. Like, he said that Fallout 3 has over 200 endings. While this is technically true because of ending cinematics and voice lines being changed depending on your choices in the game, it's a bit misleading. He also said that Skyrim has infinite quests, which is true because of Radiant quests, but like, it's kind of misleading, because usually these Radiant quests are like the same thing over and over again. He also said that there's over 40,000 lines of dialogue in Fallout 3, which is true. It's not actually misleading at all. I don't know why people claim he lied about that. He flat out didn't. And there's also the mountain line, where he claims that you can climb the throats of the world in Skyrim, which you can. Again, I don't really know why people say this is a lie. He wasn't lying. If you want to be annoying about it and say, technically you're walking up the mountain, I guess you can, but like, I hate you. Regardless, he exaggerates things to sell his games, and thus has become a meme. And a meme about Todd Howard was eventually put in Fallout 4. You can find a painting of Napoleon with Todd Howard's face in the base game. And in Far Harbor, you can find a picture of the Table of Elements, and it has some very tiny writing on it. If you zoom in on it, you'll see the sentence, "Todd Howard is amazing in everything his hands touch." No kidding. This table of elements picture was actually reused in Fallout 76, and this Easter egg wasn't removed for 76, so you can still find it there too. Galaxy News Radio becomes a number station. In the late 2000s, a rumor began spreading online about Fallout 3, a very spooky and scary rumor. The rumor stated that the Galaxy News radio station would occasionally glitch out and switch to a numbers station. In the real world, these are coded radio stations used by militaries across the globe to send messages. This rumored Easter egg could only be accessed if you left the radio on while standing on an extremely tall part of the map. The number station would play out Morse code, and when translated, mysterious messages were uncovered. Messages that predicted the future of the real world. Queen Elizabeth would die in 2014. The Large Hadron Collider was going to end the universe. There was going to be a giant oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico, and Britney Spears would win an Oscar. Kind of a less serious one at the end there, but yeah. Because the internet was so different back then, a lot of kids believed that this rumor was true. But, I mean, obviously it's not true. There are videos showing this story in action, but they're all from mods. Also, the only thing said in the number station that actually happened was the Gulf of Mexico oil spill from 2010. The Golden Globes Oversight. The Golden Globes is an adult entertainment studio in Fallout 2, and you can actually audition to become a star of sorts for the studio. And if you do well in the audition, basically you have to have really high agility and endurance, you can become a celebrity in New Reno for, becoming an adult star. It's a silly little part of the game, but there's a bit of an issue with it. An oversight by the developers that makes the Golden Globes pretty not good, to put it lightly. You see, in Fallout 2, you can decide what your character's age is, with the only rule to this being that you have to choose a number between 16 and 35. Funny enough, your age doesn't actually matter in-game. No unique dialogue or quest lines open up or close depending on your age. You can probably see where I'm going with this. You can become a star at the Golden Globes as a 16 and 17-year-old. Yeah, not great. Calvin Van Lowe was banged to death by an Assaultron retcon. Ares, aka Calvin Van Lowe, is a mysterious man who hunted cryptids before the Great War. You can learn about him in Fallout 76, and discover that the cryptid that he was hunting before the Great War was the Sheep Squatch. In order to try and find one, he got an Assaultron, dressed it up to look kinda like a Sheep Squatch, and placed a holotape into the Assaultron. This holotape contained what he believed were Sheep Squatch mating rituals. So basically, the Assaultron would lure the Sheep Squatch in, thinking that it was going to bang, and then Calvin would shoot it. The Assaultron believed that this was against HR guidelines, so it began to file a report. Worried that he would get in trouble, Calvin tried to override the Assaultron's commands, meaning that it would still act like an Assaultron, but it would also have the ability to do the Sheep Squatch mating ritual thing as well. But the Assaultron misunderstood him, believing that he said overwrite. And so, it overwrote its personality to be a Sheep Squatch. It then attacked Calvin and ran off into the wilderness. Now, when players first found this story, many people jumped to the conclusion that the Assaultron had banged Calvin to death, as he had put in a holotape of Sheep Squatch mating rituals, not a full-on Sheep Squatch personality holotape. But Calvin was later revealed to be alive in the Wastelanders expansion, where it was revealed that the Assaultron had actually tried to kill him, not bang him. Many people believed that this was Bethesda retconning the story, but it actually wasn't a retcon, as according to developers, Calvin, or Ares as he was now called, was always planned to be revealed to be alive in some way, as they purposely didn't show his body in the game. So, no, him getting banged to death by an Assaultron wasn't ever intended to be implied. It was just poor wording that accidentally gave people that impression. Snuffles' intelligence. This probably should have been in Tier 1, but for how weird it is, I had to put it in Tier 5. So Snuffles is a friendly mole rat you can find in Sloan that you have to heal. Sure, you don't actually have to heal Snuffles, but if you don't, you're an absolute monster. Everyone loves Snuffles, even Rex, and Rex wants to kill every single rodent on sight. Snuffles is an ally of the NCR, and will actually attack you if you approach them wearing Brotherhood of Steel armor. They're able to tell that you're an enemy of the NCR thanks to their pretty high intelligence at 5. Well, high intelligence for a mole rat. This has led to a lot of memes because Snuffles is not only smarter than your average super mutant, but they're smarter than Caesar. Yes, the leader of the Legion is dumber than a mole rat. It's pretty funny because he's not the only character that Snuffles is canonically smarter than. Other characters that Snuffles is smarter than include Boone, Cass, Benny, Swank, Easy Pete, Joe Cobb, Lucius, Sunny Smiles, and me. iPod Nano. In 2008, in promotion for Fallout 3, select game journalists were given a care package of sorts of Fallout 3 goodies. These included a Fallout 3 survival guide booklet that was originally given out at PAX 2008, along with some Fallout t-shirts. But the most notable thing given out in this little bundle of Fallout trinkets was a full-on iPod Nano with Fallout 3's logo engraved on the back of it, with a link to prepareforthefuture.com, a viral marketing website for Fallout 3. We know that these iPod Nanos came in either black or blue, and also came with no songs or anything installed on it. Be kinda neat if they had the Fallout 3 soundtrack on there. Both the booklet and iPod Nano are extremely rare. I have been able to find people selling the Pocket Survival Guide booklet, but as for the iPod Nano, good luck, because I've found nothing, nor do I expect any of these iPod Nanos to end up on the market. Giddy-up buttercups are alien weapons. In Fallout 3, 4, and 76, you can find the Giddy-up Buttercup, a toy horse that comes in either white or yellow color schemes. They're really nothing all that special, and are pretty much just junk. But to the Zedans, they might be something very special. Maybe. In the Mothership Zeta DLC, you can find a ton, and I mean a ton, of Giddy-up Buttercups all around the titular Mothership Zeta. They're even mentioned in audio logs, where it's mentioned that the Zedans are very excited when they're brought up.
Hello, Mr. Alien. Yeah, I know. I'll talk into the thing. I don't know why you brought me back here. We've done this a whole bunch of... Hey! Giddy-up Buttercup! Wow! I always wanted one of those. Why do you have one? I don't understand. What do you want? It's a toy. A toy! Why are you so excited?
All of this has led to the theory that the Giddy-up Buttercups are either some toy that just so happens to look like something that the Zedans think fondly of, or that the Giddy-up Buttercups are some kind of alien weapon created by the Zedans. Perhaps they're infiltration devices that allow them to listen to people on Earth. But that would mean that the company that creates them, Wilson Adama Toys, is in on the scheme. Or maybe they're just an alien front. But there's a problem with this theory. A Giddy-up Buttercup costed $16,000. So if the aliens wanted a lot of people to have this listening device, they chose a really bad price tag. Though at the same time, apparently they were like bestsellers, so I guess everyone in the Fallout universe was just like super rich. In the Fallout show, it's revealed that Wilson Adama Toys was in the process of being sued when the Great War broke out. Perhaps somebody found out that the Giddy-up Buttercups were listening devices, and were trying to expose the company. There is a strange glowing Giddy-Up Buttercup in the Mothership Zeta DLC that's surrounded by dead people, so perhaps these things aren't actually listening devices, but instead actual weapons. This could also be backed up by the fact that in Fallout 4, it's revealed that Wilson Atomatoys was also making landmines for the US military. Or, all of this is just a silly Easter egg and we're not actually meant to take it seriously. I should also mention this, since I mentioned Fallout Equestria. Most likely as a nod to that fanfiction, the Wilson Atomatoys HQ, featured in Fallout 4, has various My Little Pony Friendship is Magic references in the terminals, and these terminals reveal that right before the war, the company intended to create unicorn, Pegasus, and princess variants of the horses, and even give them marks on their hind legs. The Grim Reaper. On the Interplay forums in the late 1990s, there was a very obnoxious troll named Grim Reaper, who would spam the forum with useless messages and troll comments. What kind of silly little troll comments was he sending? Death threats and sexually harassing female fans. So, yeah, he was a bit of a scumbag. He was so annoying that Interplay decided to put him in Fallout 2. So, in Fallout 2, there's a special encounter called the Unwashed Villagers, which has you stumbling upon a group of people fighting a dude named Grim Reaper. These people are called the Unwashed Villagers, which you might think is an insult, but it's actually in reference to the real-life Fallout fan group, the Unwashed Village Community, which is one of the oldest Fallout fan communities online, and helped moderate the Interplay forums. In fact, every one of these villagers is named directly after real-life members of the group. I should also mention that this fight is less of a fight and more just the group executing Grim Reaper. But if you end up killing Grim Reaper before the villagers do, you'll actually gain 10 karma. You can also see that the outfit he's wearing is called the Loser outfit. The mysterious location that Obsidian couldn't use in New Vegas. So this is a weird one. In fact, it might not even be true. For years, dating back to 2010, there have been reports that during the development of New Vegas, Bethesda vetoed an idea for a location that Obsidian wanted to include in New Vegas. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like anyone knows what real-life location Bethesda told them they couldn't include. The leading theory, and honestly the only theory that people have, is that the location is Area 51. This stems from an interview done in 2010, where Area 51 was flat out confirmed by Bethesda, prior to the release of New Vegas, to not be in the game for two different reasons. The first is that having Area 51 in the game would create some geography problems, and more importantly, they already did Mothership Zeta. So, because of Mothership Zeta's existence, it seems that Area 51 may have been off-limits to Obsidian, but keep in mind, this might not be true, as I actually haven't been able to find a source to the claim that Bethesda told Obsidian that they couldn't use a location in New Vegas. If you know where this information comes from, let me know. The Crazy for Fallout contest. In April of 2001, a contest was held in promotion for Fallout Tactics, called the Crazy for Fallout contest. This contest saw people send in their Fallout fanfictions, drawings, poems, recipes, and I think cosplay photos. There were a surprising amount of prizes, including t-shirts, camo bags, posters, and a signed copy of Fallout 2. There was even a signed Fallout 2 gecko in a can for the grand prize winner of the Fallout food recipe part of the contest. This was a promotional item that was given out during the launch party for Fallout 2. They were basically cans with a gecko plushie inside. There were also two random prizes, including a Beanie Baby and a Betty Boop bobblehead. It seems like it was a pretty fun little contest, but there's actually a bit of an issue with it. Every single winning entry, along with the runners-up, are lost media. None of the stories, the recipes, poems, or drawings have been archived. This is pretty lame, because I'm very curious to see what the recipe for radioactive dirt was. Was it just putting dirt in a microwave? Promotional flash games. So you might think that you've played every single Fallout game, the original games, the Bethesda trilogy, New Vegas, Shelter, Tactics, and even Brotherhood of Steel. But the truth is, very few of us have actually played every single Fallout game, because there's a few of these games that are very obscure. In promotion for Fallout Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel, and New Vegas, 5 different web browser games were created. The first is Fallout Tactics Simon Says, which is, pretty much exactly what it sounds like. It's just a Fallout knockoff version of the Simon Says toy. Click on the Uzi, Dynamite, Sunbeam, Laser Rifle, and Mace Glove in the correct order for 10 rounds, and you'd win. Fallout Tactics even got a second game called Fallout Tactics Concentration Game. This is another extremely simple game, as it's just the game Memory, but with Fallout images. Next up is Vault Dash, which was created to promote Brotherhood of Steel. This game is a Frogger clone, in which you play as the character Cyrus, as they make their way across a toxic river while avoiding giant rats and rad scorpions patrolling the road. Wait a second, since you can play as Cyrus in Brotherhood of Steel as well, does that mean that Cyrus is the only Fallout protagonist that you can play as in more than one game? Huh. Of all the characters. The game also opens with this.
Fallout Brotherhood of Steel.
The final promotional game for quite a while was Cupid's Shooting Range. This was created to promote Brotherhood of Steel as well, and you had to shoot a target while trying to avoid shooting other targets. And at the end of the game, you would win a date with one of 3 characters from the game, Kane, Cyrus, or Nadia. You would then be able to send out a digital Valentine's Day card. Wait a second, so this game was released in February of 2004. That would technically make this the final Fallout game published under Interplay. And finally, we have some lost media. In promotion for the Japanese release of Fallout New Vegas, Bethesda created a browser game called Fallout Freestyle RPG Quest that was available to play on the Bethesda website. This game supposedly played like an early Dragon Quest game, and was essentially a demake of Fallout 3. Though nobody knows how long it was. Did it cover the entirety of Fallout 3? Did it cover only half of it? Nobody knows. The only things that we know about it are that it had various choices in the game, and you could potentially attack anyone you wanted to. The Tunnelers were going to take over the Mojave. In the New Vegas DLC, Lonesome Road, the player is introduced to a brand new creature in the Fallout universe, known as the Tunnelers. The Tunnelers are the result of humans mutated by the FEV, living underground for centuries. They're essentially reptilian mole men, similar to creatures like the Crawlers from the film The Descent, and its sequel that shouldn't exist. Probably, I haven't seen the sequel. Now, these creatures are believed by Ulysses to be a threat to the entire Mojave, to the point where they could basically take it over and wipe out all human life in the area. He believes this because not only are they extremely dangerous and intelligent, but they're also constantly expanding their underground tunnel network, and reproduce extremely quickly.
They'll start emerging throughout the Mojave in time. Might be years, probably less. They breed fast, hunt in groups, more than enough to bring down the strongest in the Mojave, once they draw blood. Seen them tear apart Deathclaws. Deathclaw might get some, but the rest will swarm it, tear it apart.
Now, I say we're going to take over the Mojave because, as we see in the second season of the Fallout show, there doesn't really seem to be much tunneler activity in the Mojave, so either Ulysses was wrong about the tunnelers, or the tunnelers haven't gotten to the Mojave yet. After all, Ulysses did say it might be years before they take over the Mojave. Man-eating fungus. In Fallout 3, when you visit Little Lamplight, you can find a whole bunch of fungus growing all around the community, which makes sense, since a little lamplight is built in a cave.
With a box of scraps!
But this fungus is really weird, because it seems to really like eating people. Now, there's been no reports in-game about the fungus eating living people, but it's mentioned by the kids of Little Lamplight that the fungus originally came from the pool where they dumped a whole bunch of adult bodies, and when offered strange meat that's very obviously human meat, the fungus will eat it. This makes the cave fungus kebabs that you can get in the game a bit weird, because you can eat fungus that seem to live off of human flesh. If a living person had prolonged contact with this fungus, it's possible that the fungus would begin to absorb the person. But yet again, there's no evidence that this has ever happened to a living person before. Oh yeah, and if you eat the fungus, you actually lose radiation damage, which is very strange. The Interloper. So here it is, the guy a lot of you were probably wondering why I wasn't mentioning when talking about the Dunwich building, because while this guy isn't related to the Dunwich story, he's very clearly a nod to Lovecraftian old gods. In fact, he might be Cthulhu himself. Maybe, but I'll get to that in a second. The Interloper is a fan-created nickname for a giant, dead, alien-like being lying underground in a mine in Fallout 76. The Interloper is connected to the cult of the Mothman, as prior to the war, one of the earliest members of the cult had some kind of vision of an apocalypse, and was told to hide in the mines carved into the Appalachian mountainside in order to survive it. And so, he and the rest of the Mothman cult fled into the mines, and soon enough, the Great War began. This is how the cult's beliefs in Mothman continued after the war, as they survived the Great War hiding in the mines. But there was a problem. The cult had some infighting, which eventually split the cult in two. One side continued to worship Mothman, or the Wise Mothman, aka the supposedly real Mothman, while the others began to worship a dead entity that they found in the mines, the Interloper, or the Firstborn of the Wood. While appearing dead, it wasn't actually dead, supposedly. It would teach its followers all kinds of terrifying spooky stuff, and also showcase its abilities to speak through people's minds, generate blood from the end of its branch-like tentacles, and the ability to create water. So perhaps instead of being dead, it was sleeping, or while its body was dead, its mind was very much still alive. It's believed by its followers that the vision that sent the cult into the mines in the first place wasn't actually from Mothman, but instead from the Interloper. Or perhaps the visions came from both of them, as Mothmen are shown to be attracted to monuments built to worship the Interloper, so perhaps these Mothmen are somehow connected to the Interloper. But okay, is any of this actually true? Well, yes, actually. You might think that this is some kind of in-universe legend, but no, you can find the Interloper by going through some secret passageways in the Lucky Hole mine, and when you're in its presence, you'll hear weird noises, like creatures chirping and buzzing, bells being rung, and a high-pitched chime sound. And if you shoot or hit the Interloper, it'll bleed. Now, there are some bits of info about the Interloper that aren't 100% confirmed as of yet, and are only known from stories told by the character Jeff Lane. These include the fact that the Interloper was woken up by the impending Great War, the end of the world, and that the Interloper doesn't actually have eyes, and instead sees things through 5 statues above its body. Oh yeah, the spooky Mount Rushmore and their +1. Yeah, there's 5 giant faces just chilling above him. So, what did I mean earlier when I said that it might not actually be a Lovecraftian old god? Well, that's because Fallout 76, as I've talked about in great length, absolutely loves cryptozoology, and the interloper actually resembles a cryptid called the Veggie Man, or Vegetable Man. This is a cryptid that's not real. While people have claimed to have seen it, it was first created by Gray Barker in 1976, and he was a very notorious hoaxer, as confirmed by his family members. But anyways, the Veggie Man is said to be a 7-foot-tall plant-like being that's sentient, and tries to talk to people telepathically. So the interloper might actually just be the Fallout 76 version of the Veggie Man, or maybe they're one and the same. The Veggie Man is a Lovecraftian entity in the Fallout universe. I would like to now discuss the Visitor. This is another dead, mysterious creature in Fallout 76 that's often connected by fans to the interloper because of its appearance. Located in the cave system known as the Deep, the Visitor is a bizarre creature made up of a bunch of tentacles, much like the interloper. The only other things that we know about this creature are the fact that it bleeds when attacked, and not only does blood come out, black, smoke-like dots briefly leave its body before disappearing, which is extremely similar to the smoke that Mothmen produce. So, what is the Visitor? Why is it called the Visitor? Is it an alien? That would make sense, as Lovecraftian old gods and outer gods are actually powerful aliens. There's also a dead body nearby that seems to imply the Visitor has some kind of Lovecraftian power. The body is of a man named James Addison, who ventured into the deep prior to the war. He discovered some pretty crazy stuff that he thought was so important that the President of the United States needed to know about it. But he died. His description of the cave system that can be heard in his holotape is actually pretty different from how the cave actually is, which could be evidence of the Visitor having Lovecraftian powers, as old gods and outer gods from Lovecraftian mythos tend to make anyone who see them go insane. Him being connected to the Visitor and Interloper is pretty much confirmed, as his body was included with the Interloper and Visitor in an add-on for the Fallout tabletop RPG. Side note, James Addison is voiced by Ahmed Best, the guy who played Jar Jar Binks. So, what do you guys think? Is the Interloper connected to the Visitor? What is the Visitor? And most importantly, what exactly is the Interloper? And that'll do it, ladies, gentlemen, and MBs out there. That was the Fallout Iceberg. It's been a long time coming. I hope you guys all enjoyed. It's a little bit shorter than I expected it to be, and probably shorter than you guys expected it to be. But there's a reason for that, and I'll get into that in a little bit. If you got this far in the video, comment below saying that Snuffles is a good mole rat, or I don't know, dog meat's a good dog if you're like anti-Snuffles. Although I don't know, why would you be anti-Snuffles? It's Snuffles. Snuffles is chill. I'm gonna do the shout-out stuff first before I, do the little closing talk that I usually do in these outros. Huge shout out to my channel members. For $5 a month, you can get your name in the outro read aloud and get exclusive previews for Iceberg videos. And for $7 a month, you get the Iceberg videos and any other video I upload, excluding shorts, obviously, early. Thank you to Maurice Deceased, Steven, Adam Depp, Digital Medic, Lone Thunder, The Mr. Train Track, Cowboy Tuba, King Fenrir 1987, Solid Fricky, Moxie, Dats J, Cody Lester, Goat449, Killam, Hunter Gentle, V. Evans, Nora, Jacob Evans, Milo the Mighty, Mano, Guardian of Brooklyn, J-Max Air, Domeshot529, Sailor Stell, Papega, Infinity Mark, Vel V, Wojtek Wachkiewicz, Nathan Tench, Games with Toasty, The Epic Rager, Titanoboa Hunter, Super Blake Films, Daniel Vale, Spencer Estes, Alan Hamilton, John McIntyre, Timorum Nile, Jamin Miller, Channel 54, Corvus Seraph, Gavin Grizzle, F.A. Mert, Hail Horror Hail, The Old Gang, Your Local Hitman, KB6427, Rusty Chips, Jonathan Nguyen, Admiral Rat 27, Evan Halstead, and Zachary Monsalve. I keep saying it in all these videos, but thank you. I cannot. Words can't describe how much all your support means to me. Thank you so much. I was gonna say I'm a broken record, but I think I've said that so many times that saying that would be like a broken record. But yeah, thank you so much. So that was the Fallout Iceberg. As I said earlier, and I hope you enjoyed. So why this video is not as long as it may have, like, could have been, I guess you could say. It's simply I don't really like talking about this because I feel like it's just like people are like, it's like, oh, Pigpen, pity party or whatever. But I've mentioned it before a couple times on Twitter, once or twice I think in a community post. But I'll just say it here. So 2024 was without question the best year of my life. All my videos did successful. Like, they did, all of them were great. Like, well, you know, view wise and reception and all that kind of stuff. Channel grew. You know, people seemed to really enjoy it. Outside of one personal tragedy in September 2024, which when my dog passed away. Other than that, 2024 was the best year of my life. Now, 2025, on the other hand, might have been the worst year of my adult life. And it's nothing like nobody's died or anything like that, or like anything like that. It's all mental stuff. So, like, every video I've made, every iceberg I have made in 2025 has failed. Not reception-wise. Reception-wise, everyone's liked them. But view-wise and YouTube just, like, pushing the videos out, like, it just hasn't happened. The only three that succeeded were the Jurassic Park remaster, Fantastic Four, and shockingly, Attack on Titan, which is just I can't believe. And then there's like Nightmare on Elm Street and Terminator, which I do count as successes despite their low view counts, because I knew going in that those weren't gonna do too hot. So the fact that they have the numbers they do is good. But everything else failed across the board, and that's not that has not helped my mental health. From late May to, I want to say, like, right before the Fantastic Four Iceberg came out, I was having near constant, not panic attacks, but like anxiety attacks. I don't know what to call them. I would just be doing something. I'd be fine. I'd be just, you know, doing whatever. And then all of a sudden, bam! Like, my brain's telling me, you're a loser. You're a failure. You know, everything you've done is for nothing. You've wasted your life. You're nobody, and you're gonna die broken, alone. And it's that was like every day, and that would literally stop me from doing anything. And then after the Fantastic Four Iceberg came out, there were a couple months where I was all right, but then starting in October, towards the end of production on the Nightmare on Elm Street Iceberg, it came back. I still have not really recovered from. Still kind of going through it, where it just kind of every day. I haven't been having like the panic attack or anxiety thing or whatever it was, but every day has just been like my brain, the back of my head, it's just been telling me I need to work. I can't do anything else. I have to get stuff done. I have to get stuff out. I haven't been able to do things I like. I like watching stuff. I like playing games, and I have not been able to do almost any of that this year, really. Like anime, for example. I've done a couple anime icebergs. I started watching City Hunter, the original City Hunter, in September of this year, and as I'm recording this, it's December 12th, 2025. Out of like the 50-something episodes in that show, I've only watched 22 episodes. I've lost all interest in watching anything, even playing stuff. Like, I just anytime I play something, like I just don't, I don't feel good. I feel like I'm wasting my time. I genuinely believe that YouTube just kind of removed my channel from the algorithm because I didn't upload in November of 2024 because I was working on the Star Wars Iceberg, and I didn't upload in January, so I was taking a little bit of a break. And because of that, I think YouTube said screw you and threw me out. And I still haven't recovered for that. Like the King Kong Iceberg, for example, is the lowest. It is the worst performing video I've ever made. Obviously, there's stuff like the Acolyte and the Acolyte didn't break canon and like the Battlefront 3 pitch, but those are like side videos. Like I don't expect those to do anything. Like the main videos did horribly, and I don't understand because people like King Kong, people like kaiju stuff, they like kaiju media. When I made the Godzilla Iceberg, people were asking for a King Kong one, and I don't. People seemed excited, and I guess YouTube just didn't. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this problem. YouTube's algorithm is terrible, and I don't know what to do. This all relates to the Fallout Iceberg because I eventually told myself, I'm like, look, I can keep going. I can make like a 6-tier iceberg and have this be like 5.5 hours, but it's gonna drain me even more, and I can't do it. So I'm cutting it off at 5 tiers, which is why it's only about 4 hours and 10 minutes. So yeah, I hope that doesn't bother you or anything like that, and I hope this doesn't come off as like, oh, pity party or whatever. That's not what this is. I just feel like I should be transparent with you guys, about me, myself, my mental health, and all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's just a good thing, to have with your audience to like, be like, hey, I'm not feeling too hot, But yeah, I'm not gonna stop though. This isn't like a I'm retired, like I'm quitting or like God no. I've no intention of stopping. If one day in the future that I have to stop doing this full time, and go back to having a quote unquote real job, so be it. It'll suck ass, but it is what it is. But I'll still be making iceberg videos. Like I would still be making them. Just either be coming out less. So yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the video, and I hope you all understand where I've been at mentally this year, and I hope for everyone's sake, the world's sake especially, that 2026 will be a better year for everyone, because I don't think 2025 being the worst year of my adult life is exclusive to me. I feel like 2025 was not a very good year for a lot of people. A lot of people worldwide. So here's hoping that 2026 is better. Here's hoping that everyone can be happy. And just we'll see what happens, and not much else we can do. But enough of that sad stuff. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, happy whatever you celebrate. Stay safe, and just try to keep going. I know I will.
Fallout, Brotherhood of Steel. 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 Fallout, Brotherhood of Steel.